Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling this joint special meeting of the City Council, Planning Commission, and Downtown Community Task Force to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Assistant City Clerk, may we have roll call of all three bodies?
Thank
today?
you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Park.
Here.
Councilmember Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Becker.
Here.
Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. Planning Commissioners. Chair Biagini.
Here.
Vice Chair Chirukuru.
Here.
Commissioner Hiru.
Here.
Commissioner Ikizi.
Yes.
Commissioner Salim.
Here.
Commissioner Huang.
Here.
Now to the Downtown Community Task Force. Task Force Member Adam Thompson. Task Force Member Dan Ondrasak.
Here.
Task Force Member Mayor.
Here.
Task Force Member Von Hune.
Here.
Task Force Member Vargas Smith.
Here.
Task Force Member Reed. Task Force Member Coyne.
Here.
Task Force Member Varshney.
Here.
And Task Force Member Tai.
Here.
Can I add, I did see Adam Thompson on here, but he didn't speak up.
Thank you.
I think he was muted.
I don't see him, so anyways.
I see him making gestures and talking, but we can't hear him.
Sorry about that. My microphone was on the wrong one. I'm here. Apologies.
Okay, City Clerk, would you like to read the statements? Assistant City Clerk.
Sorry, muted myself.
I saw that.
Okay, Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you and good afternoon and welcome to all the bodies here. For today's meeting, the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can join via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. So let's move on to the agenda. So the purpose of our meeting today is to talk about have a joint study session with the City Council, Planning Commission, and Downtown Community Task Force on form-based zoning codes. So city manager, would you like to kick us off today?
Sure. I understand that David Sargent is now on the line, and we're going to begin with him and his presentation, and then from there we can take questions and move on to the later part of the presentation. So David.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Should I share my screen now?
Yes, I think we're ready for you.
Okay,
Welcome.
cool. Thank you so much. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, we are. Well, I hope everyone else can too.
Okay, well, shall I proceed? Or were there any other statements or questions before we start?
No, I think we're ready for you.
Okay.
You're our main attraction today. We're waiting for you.
Well, I start by telling you how pleased that I have been over the last couple of years to have a chance to work with the Downtown Community Task Force and your city staff and others on a vision and a plan for beautiful former downtown. And we are now very happy to have a chance to speak with you about a very effective tool for making sure that it turns out as well as as many of you have been hoping for a very long time. So the structure is that we're going to have a segment on just introducing form-based codes, how they're the same as and how they're different from the conventional zoning standards and plan development processes that you're quite familiar with. Then I'm going to go through quickly an example of a form-based code for a plan for a remarkably comparable project for the city of Claremont, which was just adopted about a month and a half ago after a long period of consideration. And then the third section will be just an overview of some of the key intended outcomes from the downtown plan as it has been structured so far. I understand that there's a couple of members of the city council who will need to step out for that, so that we've structured it that way. And then at the end of each segment, of course, I'll be happy to take some questions. So why we have zoning? Well, bottom line, it's to keep places where people live separate from places like this. It was started coming out of the Industrial Revolution, where parts of cities became pretty much uninhabitable. So zoning was invented to make sure that they're separate from places where people are living with their families. And hopefully to avoid juxtapositions of dissimilar uses like nice little old houses and truck yards. We're working a lot in the Inland Empire these days, where housing is adjacent to truck yards far more than you might have thought, living in such a lovely place as Santa Clara. So when we're talking about conventional zoning, we're also talking about plan developments and precise plans, which are, well, there's two different topics. One is the form and the format that the standards take. And another topic is what they're intended to build. And although conventional zoning is often associated with conventional suburban low density development, where you need to drive between most daily activities, it's not exclusively so. And form-based codes are generally applied to places where you're trying to consolidate and compact and connect multiple uses in a smaller, more activity per acre, shall we say. But anyway, so conventional zoning is usually applied to low density suburban development. The primary emphasis is regulation by land use and separation of land uses and limiting density and making sure there's lots of parking, because you need to drive between every activity. So you better find a parking space when you get there. There's very little connection between land use and then urban form and urban design. And zoning typically does not conventional zoning typically does not address the design and function of all the spaces in between the buildings, which are normally streets that are really just for driving back and forth between the projects. Regulation by floor area ratio and dwelling units per acre. I mean, they're important considerations, particularly at the level of the general plan, but when you take them down to the scale of individual development sites, they deliver very unpredictable outcomes. So the community notices that it's not what they'd hoped. And somewhere around the middle of, in the 1970s and into the 80s, communities noticed more and more that if people just built things that conformed with their zoning codes, nobody liked them too much. So they started doing plan development overlays, figuring that if you talked about it at enough planning commission meetings, something good was bound to happen. And then preparing specific plans and other discretionary review processes that let you work around the zoning. So then the exceptions to the zoning really become the rule rather than the zoning being the rule. And the project design and approval process is long and slow and expensive and political. And even after that, even if you get some individual projects that people like pretty well, the chances that they'll go together if they're across the street or next door and that they'll connect to each other are kind of small. So, and the topics in conventional zoning, which are also in form-based codes, but they tend to be an emphasis on minimum setbacks and maximum coverages, which tends to spread development out over a large area. Now, if you're trying to do large lot, quiet, single family, bucolic subdivisions, then that's the way to do it. But when you're trying to make it downtown and put a lot of dissimilar things close together, that doesn't work. The same thing with height limits, which again, if you're trying to make, a bunch of houses on a hill, then that's a good way to regulate them, but it doesn't work for downtown. Floor area ratio, well, density measured in floor area ratio, which is how many square feet of building can you get on a site of a given square footage by a ratio. It can deliver very unpredictable forms unless you add a lot of other criteria. So really form-based codes, it's not the conventional zoning wrong, it's just that it's incomplete set of instructions for making mixed-use places that function at a high level and provide a sense of place. So the FAR alone can be a two-story, well, a 2 FAR can be a 2-story building that covers the whole site, or it could be an 8-story building on a quarter of the site. And and communities want to know more than what the ratios are. They want to know how big the buildings are, what they look like. And so this tends to generate, surprise us site plans and massing. And just to pick one particular type, which would be 4-story buildings that cover about half of the lot, which is really in the simplest possible way, more or less what a lot of the downtown seems likely to turn out to be, or plus or minus a story and a little percentage. But if you have such a 4-story building, then the ground floor, and if the ground floor is retail, then you got a 0.5 retail FAR, and if the rest of it's office, you've got a 1.5 office FAR for a total non-residential floor area ratio of twice as much square footage in the building as there is on the site. Or if you take those 3 upper floors and turn them into large-ish apartments, you might get 40 dwelling units on that acre of land. But if you take exactly the same building and make the units smaller and park them proportionally less, you could have exactly the same number of people living and the same number of cars living in the same building, but it would be, almost double the density. So when you get to a downtown, density is not a terribly helpful metric. For instance, 6 dwelling units per acre, if you just say set it back and make sure there's enough parking, a lot of builders will do that. But if you want them to build something more like the neighborhoods of downtown Santa Clara, you'd have to add a lot more information. You'd have to tell them that you want the living rooms and the dining rooms to be in the front of the house with large windows overlooking the street so that it's comfortable. all day and into the evening to walk around. You'd have to tell them that there should be sidewalks and nice street trees, and the cars should be mostly parked beside the buildings and behind the buildings and on the street rather than all in the front yard. That's what form-based codes can do. If you prescribe a duplex is to be welcome pedestrians with a porch where you can meet your friends and neighbors and have cars parked in back, you get that. But if you just say you can have 2 dwelling units on a lot, you can get that, which we presume you don't want. And you know, 25 units to the acre, if you just say that it's got to be set back a certain amount, it can be 2 stories tall, you get that. Or if you think harder and think about how the masses of which this courtyard building is composed should relate to the size and scale of 2-story homes. This is on Marengo Street in Pasadena, across the street from historic homes. So the individual pieces of massing of the building relate to the size and shape of the old houses.
David, we lost their volume a little bit. Your volume needs to come up a little bit.
I had my headset
You were fine, and then you sort of faded out. So
How is this?
just keep talking.
Is this good?
Better.
Okay. I apologize. We've got some street noise outside. And if you're looking for 3 or 4-story housing where the parking is mostly on the ground floor, if you don't specify that the ground floor is supposed to be shops and restaurants to generate pedestrian activity on the street, you're likely to get blank things.
David, your connection is still not good.
Have multifamily.
It's
Okay.
coming in and out.
Maybe you can use a mic.
Here, hold on.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Now you're back.
Hold on. I think it was probably background noise. Let me just operate from a different space. I'm sorry. I'll go into a quieter room here. Does this work? No, is that working or no?
That's
Keep talking. It was a little choppy in the front. Just talking. Are you talking? Frozen?
Can you hear me or no? Too. Yeah.
I wonder if it would help
I'm
if you
sorry.
turn your video off.
Me?
Yes. Sometimes that helps with,
Oh,
Lisa, Deanna, what he's experiencing is he's lost his internet connection, or he's moved into a place where
right,
It's-
it's a black
it's
spot or a blind.
dicey.
is this working or no? How about now?
It's better.
I'm so sorry. I'm close to a lot of antennas here. Let me go back where I started. I can't believe this is happening. This hasn't happened for months. And of course it does when you have a lot of people in there. Does this work? Okay, I'll stay here.
We can hear you very well
Are we
right
good?
now. We can hear you
Thank you,
very
sir.
well.
Thank you very much. I'll just stay put. And you can put multifamily housing adjacent to single family neighborhoods, but spoiler alert, this is not how to do it, because all they described was that you have to set it back and make it only 3 stories, but there's a lot of massing and architectural form compatibility that would help. And and then the other thing about conventional zoning is it tends to work reasonably well, or it's intended generally for planning areas where you have big blobs of separate land uses. And it's essentially ends up being projects that are stitched together by car trips, which are on those big black dashed line streets. And it generates places like that where, because the prescription is don't make it too tall, make sure there's plenty of parking, and make sure the streets are big enough for everybody to get back and forth. And that, you know, that's what that makes. So, and the final thing is that usually there's a lot, rather than focusing on the form and character and pattern of the buildings and the public spaces between them, there's a lot of attention paid to land uses. This is from an actual zoning code. A dear friend of ours years ago extracted this list. So there's just extreme detail in the definition of land uses. You know, not general performance, but, you know, boxing arena. Really? No foxes? And that means civic. Well, okay, you could have just said civic. And okay, I get, you know, that somebody, you got to do that somewhere. What's that? No idea. Really? No Fritos, huh? And okay, and now here's the punchline. The same code had baths, Turkish, and Turkish bath. So in other words, focusing too much on little things and not focusing enough on big things. Well, the big thing, what communities are interested in is having nice places to go and a lot of options about how to get there. And a lot of options about what kinds of businesses they could operate over time and could change over time. So the most important things that we focus on when we're making codes, plans, and then codes to implement them is connectivity so that you can walk, bike, take a bus, or drive between different types of housing and to commercial and civic gathering places. The open spaces are designed very purposefully as the outdoor rooms of the community, not just as X number of acres that you have to not build something in. And then seamless, smooth transitions between more intense and less intense. This was built by the first form-based code adopted by a city in California. It's up in Hercules on the waterfront. And the pre-existing land use plan had commercial uses along one street with housing on the other side. So we made the commercial uses take the form of live-work buildings that were tall and thin, and across the street were houses that were tall and thin. And this is just a clear example of open space as a very purposefully, specifically designed outdoor room, such as has been worked on a lot for your downtown, rather than just a requirement of so many acres of your open thing. Here's a beautiful illustration that our dear friend Steve Price, he's a very talented planner and designer from Berkeley, who started these kinds of photo illustrations. He just took a picture of this large intersection with a huge apartment project and reimagined it as a town center. And it's really just about design. You put commercial uses in the bottom floor of that apartment building, you put a corner store, you narrow the intersection a bit, you put good crosswalks and landscape, and all of a sudden you got a town. So that's just the overview of sort of the main differences between form-based codes and conventional codes. And it's not about bashing conventional codes, it's just pointing out that their limitations, particularly as pertains to shaping a compact, diverse, walkable, transit servable, mixed use town center. Any questions or comments, or should I just proceed?
No, I think we have some questions, David, if you don't
Please.
mind. I'm going to start with Chair Nancy Biagini. Chair Biagini,
Sure.
you're muted.
There
you
we go. All right. Thank you very much for that presentation, David. That was
Sure.
very helpful.
Good.
I really do like the concept. Let me start by saying that.
Thank you.
But I do remember way back when we lost our downtown. I was one of those folks that remembered it. And there was
Yep.
this idea that it was before form-based code, but this idea that, you know, if we raised the whole thing, we were going to have this mini financial market. And so we lost a lot of historic buildings. So here's my question. How does form-based codes, I'm not sure who designs the code. My concern is how it could affect historical properties. you know, I mean, not like the core of our downtown. Again, I'm thinking about the old downtown, but the neighborhoods around it. You know, we
Absolutely.
have a historical preservation ordinance. Does form-based code supersede that, or how do the two meet?
No. They like a hand and a glove is how they meet.
Okay,
And the last section of this presentation, which was the second piece, but we moved it to the last so that the council members that will need to not participate in that section so won't have to leave and then come back. But one of the key things that form-based codes do, and every code that we do does, and actually in this next segment, I'm going to show you an example of what we did for Claremont that will illustrate this very clearly. We have what we just call in the vernacular a fade to neighborhood. So you can build into either the regulating plan, which is the zoning plan, or you can just build into the zones themselves provisions that say that when you're within, say, 100 feet of a single family house, your building has to get smaller in scale and height. If you're within 100 feet or 150 feet, I mean, you just pick a number, you just have to define it. Then all of a sudden the building can't be more than 2 or maybe 3 stories tall, as opposed to 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or more.
so the key,
And you can put in, you could also add a provision that you could either map or you could just write that if you're within X distance of a historic home or any designated historic structure, that you can be no more than, you have to be a certain distance away from it, and you can be no more than 1 story or 12 feet or whatever taller than it. You can even specify that if you're within, I'm going to show you an example of this too, but if you're within if you're adjacent to a house, you could specify that the building needs to be what we would call a house form building. In other words, it has to have the scale and general massing and character of a house, even if it's an apartment building. But it can't just be it can't just be a box of standards. And then usually there's still some stuff that it just doesn't make sense to regulate by standards, that we still usually attach some design guidelines, but we move a lot of the most important subjects from the design guidelines into the standards, so that making something that looks nice next to a historic house is not optional.
okay, so really it comes down to then how the form-based codes are formed or designed and who does it.
Absolutely.
That's where, okay.
And I'm going to show you one example later. I mean, form-based codes are not a panacea. I mean, there's been quite a few pretty bad ones written. I mean, there's no idea that's so good that somebody can't screw it up. And you know, and to sometimes we say, you know, so don't try this at home, you know, like they say on TV. You have to know what you're doing when you're making any kind of a development regulation, whether it's conventional zoning, as I understand you folks are updating your zoning code, or when you're making form-based codes, you need to know what you're doing.
Thank you.
Mhm.
We don't want a repeat of the 60s. Thank you.
Oh, well, I mean, no, and everybody was so excited about making everything new in the 60s. We kind of lost our collective mind and knocked down a lot of very beautiful places and turned a lot of historic main streets into pedestrian malls, which subsequently died dead.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hardy, you have a question?
Yes, I want to kind of consolidate this down to one question and idea. So if I understand form-based codes correctly, you're giving more detail at the front end into what you want to have happen. If I'm correct about that, do you have any problems with that much detail getting developers to buy in?
What a fascinating question. So 2 things. One, yes, there's more detail, but more important than that, there are a lot of the most important topics that make cities wonderful that most zoning codes simply ignore completely. So, I mean, so the first thing is the code needs to talk about it some, as opposed to just pretending they don't know about it. And then the level of detail on each subject can be adjusted as you work on the code, and we always do. And codes need to be calibrated to where they are. You know, the code for good infill buildings here in downtown Los Angeles would do no good in downtown Santa Clara. And it could be a beautiful code for making beautiful new 12-story buildings like the one I'm sitting in, built in 1927. Thank you very much. Or building, you know, 3 and 4 and 5 and 6-story buildings in a downtown like Santa. So it has to be calibrated to where you are, and it has to be the right level of detail about the subjects that are most important to make the place that you're making successful. And you can build in flexibility on any topics, and you can build in rigidity on any topics. Usually when we make a plan, a regulating plan in a code, we leave for a blank site, which your downtown sadly sort of is. We leave flexibility for the street alignments to be moved around some to let the developer be more creative in the types of spaces and to calibrate the sizes of the blocks to the building types they want to build. In Santa Clara, we may just very much say, look, here's the old grid, just figure it out. Anyway, so all these things are calibratable as you make the code.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, David, for the presentation till
Sure.
now. I have a question is, so the form-based code is more of an architecture based basically, and you give a lot of flexibility.
No, not really, not really. It's, well, I'm about, the next section of this presentation is, I'm going to go through an example of one that just got adopted a month ago.
Okay, so my question was, can it be a hybrid, like you can have a form-based code defined and then put into land use part of it into it, basically?
Well, it's okay.
If it's coming, no worries. We'll follow up the question later on. That's fine. I can wait.
A code of this type touches all the topics. It discusses how the street network is organized, how I talk with my hands some. Let me see if I start my video here again.
We can't see your hands. Yeah, we can't see your hands.
Well, but is the sound still working here?
Yes, it is very well.
I apologize I was trying to be in a better space, but I'm sitting right under the antenna, so that's better. So it describes the structure and organization and connectivity and mobility and access. It describes how the blocks are sized and shaped. It describes how lots within those blocks may be developed, how you can develop a whole block, or if you only have one lot, you can develop that. And it describes how the ground floor of the buildings are designed and what uses may be provided within the ground floors. And that's often different from what uses may be provided on the upper floors. It can describe how you either may or must have a courtyard inside the block. It describes the parking configurations. It can describe how parking needs to be shared between various buildings and uses within each block. So it discusses the form of the buildings, but it also discusses the use. It discusses the design of the public realm and the management of parking.
Perfect. So I get it. So it basically blends into the use also within the form base.
Yeah, and one of my favorite quotes is from somebody you probably know well up there, Steve Jobs. He said, design is not just how it looks and feels. Design is how it works. Well, that's what form-based codes are about, all of those subjects, how it looks, how it feels, and how it works.
Okay,
Thank
Atisha,
you.
go ahead. Thank you, Raj. Atisha.
Hi,
Hey,
Addison.
David, how are you?
Good,
Good,
how
nice
are
to
you?
see you.
Nice to see
Uh,
you.
I just have a little bit more technical question.
Yep.
How does farm-based code will work with the California State Affordable Housing Density Bonus Program? Because if, you know, a developer or someone is saying, hey, I'm going to give 50% so my units, I can, like, you know, break the boundaries with my setbacks and my heights and my parking requirements, or even at times like conforming uses. So how do you think this will work with, you know, the state density bonus? Because
Well,
every developer is using that in California right now.
Well, the state density bonus is a wild card that cities don't have much say over. So if the state density bonus gives a developer relief from 3 or 4 provisions, if a developer says that I just don't want to have to comply with the code, then you'll get something that just doesn't comply with code. Basically, the state has let loose a wild animal that cities really can't put in a corral. However, we have discussed the possibility of including some incentives in this plan and this code that would enable a developer to get densities that are comparable to what the state density bonus would provide by providing amenities and public realm improvements that are of comparable value to the city. And in other words, if the developer's goal is to develop, you know, a certain density or height of buildings, that the city could provide a path to achieving that by following the code, rather than the developer taking the sort of nuclear option and saying, look, I'm just going to build the biggest, ugliest thing I can because the state said I could. So that's an important topic to discuss. There's no silver bullet for that critter.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Priya, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Nice to meet you again, David Sargent.
Nice to see you.
Quick clarification between objective design standards and form-based codes.
Oh.
If you're covering it later, I'll let it be.
Well,
I just wanted to confirm.
No, thank you for asking. So objective design standards are another new creature of the state. And we're in the process of finding a corral for those. And objective design standards we're working on them in a number of communities in conjunction with general plans and citywide zoning updates. And so for one thing, this form-based code can absolutely be objective design standards, because what the state is, the state has good impulses and not enough people that know how cities actually work. And so they're tired of having communities limit housing supply by putting developers through the ringer with a lot of stuff that they make up on the fly. Well, it's through plan development, overlays, and precise plans. You know, all these kinds of tools can be used very effectively to get what the community wants. They can also be used to sort of get developers to go away. And the state wants that to stop. So we think we're sure that a code such as the one we're talking about here can simply be objective design standards. And I'm going to show you something right at the end about how we've added the objective design standard popped up while we were in midway on the Claremont plan. And we retooled it and well, not retooled it, but added pieces to it to make it more objective. And objective design standards can also be additional standards on top of conventional zoning. So you could say, okay, if you're, here's our zoning for multifamily residential. And if you want to go through a precise plan process or a plan development process, you can do that. Or if you want to skip that PD or precise plan step, just follow these standards and we think that the chances of that actually generally turning out better are very high. So rather than just taking potluck with a plan development community process, you could just follow a coherent set of standards to make nice neighborhoods. Well, that could work. I mean, that's how most of what we love now was built, 100 years ago. And a lot of what we're doing is just resurrecting the techniques that many town planners from 1890 to 1920 followed when they built all the cities that everybody goes to on vacation now because they're so great, to get away from their sprawl. Anyway, so yes.
So are they interchangeable? So I just want to confirm, if the city were to move forward, should we call it form-based codes? Should we also tie it as objective design standards for a housing project?
I think both.
Okay.
I think both. Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's part of. I mean, the state keeps changing the rules faster than anybody can make a plan. So, but their intent, the intent of SB2 and LEAP grants, and the intent of the density bonus, and the intent of the ODDS is the same as the intent that I think you all and we share, which is rather than running developers through the ringer one project at a time, for years and years, you just come up with a clean set of simple standards that if you meet them, you just get your permits quick and go build it, please. So we just, part of our work on this will be helping you untangle all that. And while we also keep track of all the new regs that are coming out of Sacramento while we work.
Thank you. Thank you. Task Force Member Deborah Von Hune. Go ahead, Deborah.
Hi, David.
Hi.
Good to see you again. I wanted to just clarify my understanding of form-based code and articulate that it means perhaps what the developers will make the buildings look like, the density, and what percentage of retail there may be.
Yes.
And setbacks on the sidewalks and things like that.
Yeah.
But it does not dictate what kind of retail there will be, for example,
No.
like a donut shop or a coffee shop or no Starbucks
Yeah. The next section I'm going to show you is going to run you through a whole code so you can see that. But normally we would not specify, for instance, no chain restaurants. Maybe Pete's, but not Starbucks, or maybe a local coffee, a local family-owned business, not a chain. It doesn't usually get into that. I mean, you could superimpose that sort of stuff on top of it, but it regulates use. We have pages and pages of land use regulations. We don't get rid of them. We just add all the other things that are completely missing from most zoning, like how big how the buildings make the spaces between them feel. Because what we very often say is that the spaces in between all the projects are your town. So how about we pay attention to that too? At the same time, we're paying attention to all the developers' projects. Why don't we also pay attention to what the town in between all those projects looks and feels like and is what it's like to walk around in?
Great. And then we can also define, for example, civic spaces or open spaces, green spaces, things like that.
Completely.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you can define them precisely or generally. You
Yeah.
can say that here you need to have a square that is 100 feet by 100 feet and it's got to be brick paving with diagonal stripes and blah, 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 and a tree in the middle. Or you can just say you need to have a public space that is welcoming for recreation and outdoor dining, and it needs to be about this big and it should be pretty much around this intersection. So it can be as tight or as loose as you want. I mean, we can code everything right down to the doorknobs if you want, but we wouldn't usually do that.
Yeah, yeah. And then because we know this is going to be a phased development over the parcels, this is going to assure hopefully that there will be some cohesiveness and sense of identity.
There you go.
In the finished product.
Yes, it's about making sure that the intent of codes we make is what we often call organized variety. In other words, the buildings shouldn't all look alike, but they all shouldn't look like they came from different planets either. So, you know, there needs, so it's what do you want? What are the threads of continuity that you want running through? You probably want all the ground floors to be fairly tall in the retail area. You want them to have pretty big clear glass windows so you can see what's going on inside. You want the buildings to, you want them to be relatively close to the street, and you want the space between the street and them to be more or less wide sidewalks and sidewalk dining and maybe some little planting areas. But you don't want one to be a wide sidewalk and the next one to be, you know, a 30-foot lawn. You know, so it's about continuity and variety.
Okay, thanks, David.
That's the goal.
Okay.
Thank you, Task Force Member Dan. Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Hey,
Hi, David. Good to talk with you again.
Yep.
I just went crazy on my screen here. So I wanted to come back. Councilmember Hardy had a question that, you know, it was a two-pronged question, and I want to come back to the second part of that. As far as developer buy-in and what your experience has been on that.
I forgot to ask that question. Okay. So, well, I tend to speak kind of plainly. So it'll drive some developers away and it'll attract some developers. And we find that it generally, the developers who wanted to build, you know, the same building they've built a lot of other places and just build another one and then go, it'll tend to discourage them. And developers who specialize in high quality infill development in high value locations are going to appreciate the fact that the standards are sufficiently clear that if they invest a lot of money in a fine building, that somebody can't come in the next year next door or across the street and put up some stucco box that devalues their beautiful building. So it provides, you know, most real estate value is based to a large degree on predictability. And so you want, I think you want to attract developers who do high quality, sustainable, long lasting, you know, infill that's built to last rather than just a spec building that goes up quick. And so you'll tend to discourage the guys who just, the people who just want to build something simple and quick. And you'll tend to attract the people who you know, build for keeps.
You're muted.
Very good, thank you. Thank you very much.
I mean, again, there's no sure things here. There's no sure things anywhere, but that's how it usually works. You get the people who are willing to think a little harder.
Thank you. Can I follow up on that question?
Sure.
So it takes a special developer to build a form-based code under form-based code, one that may take, you know, more time, more pride, more interest in, you know, the final product. Generally speaking, and in your experience, David, generally speaking, does it add more to the cost of the development, or is it about the same? I'm looking for just a general idea, and is there more of a developer opposition to this, or is it something that's embraced more? I know you talked about, you know, it depends on what type of developer they are, but are you losing some of your, like a certain percentage of your market by doing that? Or are you gaining on the other side? I'm trying to see what the benefit of it is in the long run. I can see the benefit of of really, really great quality projects.
Okay, so
what are you giving up? And from a reality standpoint, in terms of, you know, finances and developers and all that.
Well,
I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay, over the last 5 years in Claremont, they hired us to work on a 17-acre expansion of their historic Claremont Village, which is very comparable to your downtown, except they never knocked theirs down. They just have a vacant site, a mostly vacant site immediately adjacent to the new Gold Line light rail station and an existing Metrolink station. And they got a grant from LA Metro to do a plan for transit-oriented development. So they hired us. And about 1.5 years into that, a developer showed up very interested. And so we ended up working back and forth with them. And then another very skillful, highly qualified local developer who has been working in that community for 30 or 40 years got involved. And they hired collectively 4 of the best architects in the country to design buildings that met the code, so that by the time the code was adopted, they're all chomping at the bit to submit their building plans for permits. I mean, if the city had made decisions quicker in adopting the code, there'd already be sticks in the air. So it attracted a huge amount of attention, and they got several of the very best architects in the state and in the country working on it, like as we speak. So
okay, there's interest. Okay,
so there's amazing interest. Now again, that won't happen everywhere, but I think you want to attract the people that are willing to think hard and invest. Now, in this case, where you have to rebuild the streets and the infrastructure, there's going to need to be some serious cooperation and possibly even financial cost sharing. I mean, they weren't the ones that knocked down your downtown and ripped the streets out. That was the city. So there may need to be there'll need to be a good deal of it'll be a joint effort to get all of that built back the way you want.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna call on those who haven't asked a question yet. So Jim Stickley, go ahead, Jim.
Thank you.
There you are.
I'm not sure if I'm really supposed to be participating, but just a quick follow-up to the question about, are we creating additional cost? I think maybe the corollary question to that is, are we creating value? Because that's what you really want in your downtown. You want this to be the downtown that developers are clamoring to get into because it's associated with quality and high value, and you want to be in a position to be very selective about those developers, so you can pick and choose the ones that are going to come in and realize the vision that you want, and you create a lot of value. So I wanted to add that comment.
And the another very important dimension is time. So if a developer's model is to build a property and hold it and realize the increasing value as the downtown, if the first person in builds a few buildings, they're going to be sitting there amongst a bunch of vacant lots. So in year 1 or 2 or 3, it may not, well, it'll be.
I'm gonna ask you, David, if we maybe not talk about the downtown. I can't participate in that.
Okay, I'm
discussion,
sorry.
and neither
Okay,
can,
well.
Councilmember Jane. So if you talk about, I'm talking about form-based codes, generally speaking.
Well, okay,
Specifics
excuse
about
me.
the
Okay.
downtown. I'm sorry about that. It's
No.
little, I don't
No.
want to cross that line. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, but so we've done a lot of different developments in the past, and when they're partly built, okay, here's the strategy that we work for cities and we work for smart master developers who own large pieces of property. The strategy there is to build phase 1, make sure that phase 1 is the coolest neighborhood or mixed use center that anybody's seen for 50 miles in any direction. At which point, when you go to sell the parcel next door to that, it's worth a lot of money. So you, by starting strong, you build value so that in 10 or 15 years, the property is worth a lot more. So if the developer you're working with is staying in the game long enough for that value pop to be realized, that's different than if you're working with a developer who just wants to sell it and leave in year 2. And the investment that you're looking for in streets and parks and public space is going to pay off more after there's a bunch of buildings along them, instead of, building on one side and, vacant lot on the other side. But that's a detail that we'll get into as we work on the precise plan and the code.
Thank you. And I know you want to go on with your,
yeah, the main part of it, we haven't got to the main part
yeah,
yet.
I want to get to the main part, but I'm just going to call on, I see Commissioner Lance has his hand up. If you have a question,
Okay.
Lance. Let's do that. And then hopefully there's no more questions. We can move on to the next.
Because I think
part.
a lot of your questions will be answered by the next few slides.
Okay, thank you. But let's go to Lance first. He's
Of
been
course.
patiently waiting. Go ahead, Lance.
Sure.
Okay, I'll try and make it quick. I just wanted to make a quick comment that this doesn't feel new because it echoes back to what I learned in Poly on architectural design. It's make things, form follows function, blended transition, make everything harmonious within the context of the entire collective set of
Yes.
buildings. Great, it's wonderful to see it coming to life. Now, like that aside, which is a affirmation, how is it that we're going to be able to cope with the things like retrofitting the infrastructure between the designs and the buildings when we're dealing with the historical concepts and we're dealing with the fact of different architecture targets like businesses versus homes versus, I can't even imagine light manufacturing, but it's not impossible to imagine. How do we get them to update and work together harmoniously when I think most of the infrastructure that we're talking about, and we're not talking about downtown specifically, let's talk about it generally, needs a dramatic upgrade to be able to support new businesses and new applications. So how do you?
I mean, cities routinely require developers to upgrade. I mean, sometimes cities will make a developer build a new sewer line that goes a half a mile away so that the sewage, will flow generally toward the treatment plant, and extend water lines and upsize water mains. And developers are used to having to bond for their fair share of a new traffic signal or freeway off-ramp or power plant. And we're talking about the same thing here, except we're talking about making it generate a place, not just pipe.
Right. Okay. So maybe I didn't explain. How does the city's perspective on it work, in the sense that you may have a neighborhood or a small community in one section and you have businesses or larger, even manufacturing in another, you've got to drive a huge sewer pipe through and ask the developer of the home community to chip in a disproportionate amount. Because you can't go from a big to a little to a big and have
the form-based code doesn't address that. I mean, cities have been solving with different degrees of success that problem, you know, for 100 years.
Yeah.
And this isn't that.
Okay, then I think that's probably just a note for us then, that if we think about bringing in form-based code as our basis of design decision for the structures and the pieces going in, we better not forget that they have to all function together as a unit.
Well, and that's actually one of the main ideas of these codes, is that they talk about how the new development is connected to what's adjacent to it, rather than just saying, because conventional zoning is more or less set up to build a project and build a wall around the project and have cars come in and out on your big streets. And this is about making sure everything's connected to everything, and that's more complicated and requires additional instructions in order to not screw it up. That's what the code's for. So can I go ahead?
Yes,
thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So here's the topics that a form-based code covers. It covers where you place the building on the lot, how big the building is, generally how it's massed, the buildings in downtowns and not most places that people actually like to be that aren't parking lots. The buildings form essentially the walls of the outdoor rooms of the city. And then we regulate building height, and not just how tall it can be, but what shapes the height makes. How the frontages work, that's probably the most important. That's what you walk past. Your experience of a building is what you're walking past on the ground floor. When you're in downtown San Francisco, you're not looking up to see if you're going past a 4-story building or a 20-story building. You're just looking in the storefronts and see what it's like down here where the humans are. Then what, in some cases, requirements for on-site open space, whether it's courtyards or little private yards or shared gardens. How parking is organized, is surface parking, structured parking, shared parking, what, paid parking, whatever. What are the allowed uses, can be regulated in as much detail as you want. We could even have Turkish baths and baths Turkish, but we probably don't need them. Signage is regulated, but not just as sort of an annoying thing that you have to make sure it's small, but as a contributing part of the urban design, particularly in a retail center, in a retail district. How the streets are designed, although that may very well be covered in the precise plan in this case, rather than the code. And how public open spaces are configured and designed. Again, that may, in this case, be located in the precise plan that Jim and his team are making, not the code. But they have to be closely coordinated. So the first topic is urban structure, pattern, and context. So in this, now this is not in the code for Claremont, this is in the plan part. So this would probably be in the precise plan, but it's important background to understand what the code is doing. So you can see the little rectangle below there is currently it's a pretty much blank area with a few old houses. And the community wanted it to be an expansion of their historic village, which you can see the beautiful 300-foot square block pattern in the upper right. So we devised a framework plan of streets and parks and paseos that form blocks that are about the same size as those of the historic village, because they want it to be nothing else except more village. So that starts with pattern. Then we fleshed that out in terms of the nature of those public spaces, retrofit to their old highway coming out of downtown. That's the upper image there, Indian Hill Boulevard. Then below that is the new Main Street, very, very much comparable to your Franklin Street. Then the Green Street extension, which is going to connect through from a historic neighborhood through the old car dealership that's currently on the lot here, and connect into a business park that's evolving into one of the Claremont colleges. And then central plot. So basically define from a design and plan standpoint, the nature of the public realm. In this case, we left the alignments of those streets a little bit flexible. In your case, we might or might not. And then that's further fleshed out into a vision plan for the scale and character and types of buildings, how the buildings define those outdoor rooms, and an illustrated plan of the types of outcomes that the plan that the code is intended to deliver. Then you reverse engineer that vision into some standards. So in this case, both the market supports and the community wants this northeast corner to be very heavily retail restaurant ground floor environment with a beautiful plaza and paseos, a lot of outdoor dining, you know, like a 1-minute walk from the historic village. And then they want to make sure that along this, in these tan areas here, they want to make sure that as you quote fade the neighborhood, the buildings become smaller and more compatible with the houses that are across the street from them. So the code does that. In this case, we've made the whole plan is one zone, which we have then overlays. Now, not overlay zones, just mapped overlays. So this hatched area here, the buildings can be 5 stories because that's the part of the site where the community was comfortable with having buildings be taller. And then along these corridors, they're down to 2 and 3 stories. And the pink stuff here in the middle is 4 stories. Now, in some cases, if it were a larger site or there was more complexity, those could be 3 different form-based zones. In this case, it's just one zone with these overlays that provide the specifications for what would be the right size and scale of buildings in that area. So for each of those character areas, the village core, there's a beautiful historic, very important historic structure there, which is to be preserved and enhanced with new outdoor public spaces adjacent to it, and then a lot of public open space for community gathering, dining, and we're hoping a brew pub's going to go into the old industrial building there. Then for that pink area, we're calling it Village South Flex, where the buildings can be taller, but the uses are more residential because it's in the middle of the site, farther away from the village and farther away from passing traffic, so less likely to be successful as retail. And then the Village South edge is very distinctly a two-story scale with some 3-story pieces. That's the fade to neighborhood. So you're asking, what would you do if you're near a historic structure? You'd make your apartments look a lot more like a historic house, for one thing. And now this is not a building we had anything to do with, but it's an example of how we deal with massing and articulation. So in most historic downtowns, or if you're trying to make something that recreates the look and feel of a historic downtown, one thing that's important is that the buildings not be the size of blocks. And it's based on the simple fact that most California downtowns were platted 25-foot lots. So people bought 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, and buildings tend to be 25 or 50 or 75 or 100 feet wide. That's what makes something look like a downtown in California. And this building here, which we had nothing to do with, we just took a picture of it and we find it interesting. The piece in plus or minus whether this is your style, and we're not saying this should go in downtown Santa Clara, but you can see the pieces, the pieces of which this large building is composed are similar in size and even the proportions of windows, etc., to these historic buildings. So I could imagine a building like this being not right in the middle of, but perhaps next to a downtown that looked like this piece on the right, having it work. And it's specifically because the pieces of which the building are made are not that different in size. You can also articulate buildings by popping a piece out the front. This is Old Town Folsom on Sutter Street, and they have some of the most beautiful examples of galleries and arcades that I've seen anywhere. And then here's the example that I was mentioning, where this is a project that some good friends of ours designed in South Pasadena. This brick building on the left is adjacent to their historic Main Street, where they have brick commercial buildings. But then as you move down the street away from the train station, These wooden looking buildings on the right are across the street from historic bungalows. And guess what? The people in the historic bungalows don't mind being across the street from this. They would mind being across the street from a 3 or 4 story stucco box. So that's why the form. And then once you've figured out what the nature of those 3 areas should be, you just make a plan that says that. So here it's all one zone. These orange frontages are mapped to be, that has to be ground floor retail. It has to be commercial, retail, restaurant, art gallery, theater use. And then these purplish lines mean that the frontages have to be designed to be retail ready, meaning the ground floors have to be tall enough in the structural systems and the openings have to be large enough that they could convert to a retail use in the future as the retail success of the downtown expands. And here then we have specific standards for how, block by block in this case, what's the maximum perimeter of each block to make sure that it's not too big to walk around? How much office space is required or targeted for these? Because what you'll get by default is housing. So if you want to make sure you get some retail, you got to say you got to have retail. And if you want to make sure there's some office, you got to say you got to have this much office. And that comes back to the objective standards that we'll talk about in a minute. And then in this case, we just have a height regulating plan that says you can have 5 stories where it's red. You got to have 2 and a little bit of 3 where it's hatched here. And otherwise you can have 4 figured out. Oh, and in block B, there's a historic building that's 1 story. And we have standards that say you got to step down as you get near to address the previous question. And then we have diagrams saying when we say height, we mean number of floors and we mean height measured in feet. And we're showing that the ground floor has to be tall so that it has to be tall enough and deep enough to make a good space for retail or restaurants, even if there's parking structured in behind it. And then when we're talking about this, about massing, we have, so the placement and massing. So we say block by block, or we can just do it on the plan. Here's what the setbacks are. You can set it back, if it's retail, you can set it back 0 feet. And if it's retail or housing, you can set it back up to 15 feet, but not farther. And then here we have massing standards that say that if you're doing a project that's this long, you've got to have an open space break in the middle so that it doesn't look like a battleship in a dinghy harbor. Is an analogy we use sometimes when we're talking about town scale or village scale downtowns. You don't want it to look like the big city suddenly, got airdropped into your town. So you make sure that the pieces are appropriately sized and in some cases appropriately shaped to make graceful transitions to the adjoining context. Frontages. Well, you want frontages that look like this. They want to be lively, interesting, big spaces that let light out onto the sidewalk at night and let light into the shop and the restaurant in the day. Want it to blur the line between indoor and outdoors so that people are drawn into the shops and activity spills out onto the sidewalks. Want to make sure the ceilings are high enough. And even if the initial use were residential or office, then the low ceiling height isn't going to prevent a retail shop from occupying it, 5 or 10 or even 30 years later. Well, on sustainability, by the way, the most sustainable building is the one that's already built. And so we want to build cities in a way that you don't have to knock it down and try again every time the use changes. Want to make sure that the shop fronts are very transparent, which usually means you also need some kind of a shading device over the top so that when the sun's glaring off of it, you're not just looking at your own reflection, you're seeing the merchandise and the customers inside. Shop fronts that actually open to the outside are a wonderful opportunity we have in California. This is one of the best built. This is the historic Chapman Market in what's now Koreatown in Los Angeles. It's one of the best buildings on the planet. And they have these restaurants where the windows just accordion back and open up. there's a few examples of that in Rock Ridge too. And, you know, and just let the life go flow in and out of the building. During COVID, we've learned a whole new, you know, this has come even more to people's attention, that fresh air environments go well with restaurants and retail. And then we can make flexible frontages that can, in the early going, if there's not a strong retail market, can be residences with little front patios where you can meet your friends and have coffee with people. And later on, those little walls can come out and they can just be stores. There's another, and this is one of the dooryards from that development that we did in Hercules in about 20 years ago, where some of these spaces have been used as just the living room of a 3-story residence. And then a lot of them have had businesses move in over the last 15 years or so. Here's a newer version we're working on, which is an arcade that can be privatized with simple planters, so that if this is used as loft apartments or even offices for the initial period before the retail market will absorb them as shops and restaurants, this can provide a semi-private transitional space between the sidewalk and the interior space. Later on, you can take the planters out and boom, it's stores. So flexibility and adaptability is increasingly important. And then for office and residential frontages, if it's a single entry to the upper floors, you want to make sure it's a distinguished address for that building, whether it's residential or office. And then where possible, and on a lot of your streets where it's unlikely they're going to be on the north-south streets that are not Franklin, it's likely there will be a bunch of streets that are going to be residential primarily. So you can, this is Newbury Street in Boston, one of my favorite streets in the world. And it's townhouses, but now it's turned into ground floor retail and apartments. And this is a much newer example built in Little Italy in San Diego, where the residence has a certain degree of privacy because of the stoop. The other option being the lobby, which solves a lot of accessibility issues for wheelchairs. So the way you code frontages is you start by simply drawing that the public frontage is the sidewalk and the space out to the curb. And probably Jim and his team will be covering most of that in the precise plan. But the private frontage is how the setback may be provided and configured and how the ground floor of the building works. And we define simple shop fronts and how they need to be shaded. They need to be tall enough. They can be of various configurations. They can be recessed to create a covered outdoor space at the entrance there, which is very good for restaurants. They can be projected out over the sidewalk to create arcades with actually habitable space over the sidewalk in some cases, or galleries, which simply provide a covering, an enclosure over the sidewalk. And then this lobby entrance type can apply to offices or commercial or apartments. You can allow exceptions to the front setback requirement. You can let people set the building back farther if they want to make a separate sort of outdoor, an additional outdoor room for these businesses to open into. And then you can create terraces and dooryards to handle terrain, which you don't really have so much of there. And then retail ready frontages which I showed you earlier, that they're ready for retail, but you can use them for something else in the meantime. I think that's basic. I think I've covered that. Then we don't treat signage as a separate topic. We treat it, especially in downtown settings, as an integral part of the frontage design. They enhance the frontages and while identifying the businesses and add a lot of personality to the environment. And so there's wall signs, which are basically just lettering on the building, not big plastic things with writing on them. Window signs, because when you have the whole main street lined with transparent glass, then you can put beautiful signage on the glass. Have the projecting signs that let the pedestrians see what's coming up very clearly. They're not oriented to cars, they're oriented mostly to pedestrians. You can have sidewalk signs as long as they don't block the sidewalk, that are another way to liven up the public space and give businesses more opportunity to tell people what they're up to. If you have big blank walls, which we don't think we're going to have much of here, you can put murals on them. And then we don't forget the basics. We have parking regulations that describe the dimensions and the number of parking spaces you got to provide, where you can put them inside the block or inside the building, behind the ground floor retail or below the ground. And then we don't forget the land use regulations, even though I was making fun of some of those silly ones in that code earlier, but they're important. So, you know, in this case, we have all the usual categories. You know, administrative and professional offices, animal services, alcoholic beverage sales, education and daycare, food and restaurants, general merchandise, lots of different types, lodging, manufacturing and industrial, medical and health services, motor vehicle sales. Guess what? That's in there because it's a used car lot now, but that's pretty much not what they want. But listing all the uses, we can make them simpler, or we can list them like that. Then the circulation network must be covered. I think this will be covered in the precise plan, not the code, but it'll describe not only how the spaces look and feel, but also how they carry vehicles and pedestrians and bicycles. And then illustrations. We've already made a bunch of these for Santa Clara, and we'll tune them up. But in this case, it's illustrating how that big main street, this is Arrow Highway, which runs along the south edge of this site and then goes on out to, you know, to San Bernardino, is adjusted with better bike lanes and street tree plantings where it's currently very bleak. And on the other side of the street is sound walls to a housing tract. So nothing to do about that except recommend they plant some vines. And then this main entry street coming into the village with the new bridge for the light rail going over and then dropping down to a station about 300 feet to the right. Different options for retrofitting the street, because that's ultimately the city's call about the streets, and the developers will just need to pay some of that cost. And then new streets, we've coded in much more detail. This is their new main street, which would be parallel to your Franklin probably. And then this new street that connects the existing neighborhood on the east to the campus on the west. So this is how that street comes through this new neighborhood. And it shows the design intent for the way the street's made and the design intent for how the buildings face it. And we also code paseos, which are basically little carless streets of different types. They can either be fronted by residences, in which case they really function like a street with no cars, or they can just be passages that are sort of pedestrian shortcuts through larger blocks. And then again, this will probably be in the precise plan here, but we code the public open spaces. We define how big they need to be and what activities they need to be designed to support. And we have illustrations of different types, whether greens or paseos or plazas. And then for topics where hard standards just don't make a lot of sense, we usually have architectural and landscape guidelines. I think our current contract for the precise plan work before the additional scope to do the form-based code was focused on architectural guidelines. And I'll go through those very quickly. But essentially it's describing in more or less detail the intentions in terms of architectural design. So we start usually by characterizing some of the existing styles that seem significant to the community in question. Here it was Claremont. They have a variety. They have the historic bank building that's now a pizza place. They have the historic shop fronts of different kinds. They have some beautiful Spanish colonial revival buildings. This is an infill building that was built about 15 years ago. And then we provide guidelines for these styles. We don't typically specify that any building has to be a particular style. We normally provide guidelines for the most prevalent styles on the theory. But basically, the way we describe this is if a developer wants to do a style, we just want them to do it right. We don't want them to, you know, if you're going to do Spanish, don't screw it up. Follow these guidelines. And if you're going to do craftsman, do craftsman. And if you're going to do contemporary, here's some important scale and proportion and massing considerations. And then we usually have general architectural guidelines, which are really mostly about fine materials that age gracefully and age well over time. So we talk about if you're going to do brick, you know, do it right. If you're going to do wood siding, you know, do it right. And when you're building walls, build them out of durable materials, detail them nicely, you know, put caps made of fine materials on little walls if somebody's supposed to sit on them. Just basic, you know, it's pretty much just common sense written down. And we describe building elements like balconies and projections, you know, what those would be recommended to be made out of, you know, real wrought iron, not so much the aluminum stuff. And roofs, particularly the edges of roofs, be detailed out of permanent materials that are going to last and look good and add character to the profile that you see against the sky. Windows, something about proportions and materials about windows, something about, because doors are what you touch. So they really need to be made out of nice stuff so that when you put your hand on the door, it feels solid, not floppy. And then shop fronts, make sure that they're designed with clear glass, and guidelines for different types, including ones that just open up in the morning and close at night, ones that fold open during nice weather so that you can just float, the space flows in and out. And then landscape guidelines, which certainly these will be in the precise plan where WRT are distinguished landscape architects, we're not. But describing the use, not just the design, but also the uses that should be accommodated. That the curbside zone should accommodate seating, should accommodate bike parking, and they should be made of fine materials that age well and that are human scale and are well coordinated with the hardscape and the landscape and the architecture of the place. Then we include a glossary because a lot of it, we use a lot of terms with very specific meanings. So when we don't define a term, you just look it up in Webster's, but there's certain terms that we use repeatedly throughout a document. So we just define it once and then just use it throughout the document. And then the last piece is the objective design review matrix. So there were, the city council endorsed 11 planning principles. So, and then we identified which of the various criteria that the code addresses contribute toward attainment of each of their top priority planning principles. And then through the review process, findings are made as to whether each of the design of the streets, the scale of the blocks, the additional pedestrian connectivity, the semi-public courts and gardens, whether those elements that are provided contribute strongly or not at all to the attainment of those objectives that the council set forth. And this is just a working draft. The city staff is going to continue to refine this so that they can, it's sort of like a point system, so that the more of the high priority outcomes of a given project that are met, then the developer might be granted some additional intensity and or simply just quick approval. So that's it.
Okay, thank you for that. We have some hands up, David.
Sure.
So first I'm going to start with Task Force. I think you might be the chair, Adam. Task Force Chair Adam.
Thanks, Mayor Gilmore. Thank you, David, for the presentation. It was great.
Sure.
I know we've seen some of it before, but you had even some more nuggets in there that were helpful. I mean, I had a couple quick questions. I mean, it really seems like summary is that a form-based code really provides the overall long-term planning for an area or city, and that would basically stitch all of the individual developers' plans together in an overarching vision of where and what the city is likely to grow into. It seems like there's also a lot of areas where it really kind of asks for creativity to solve the unique potential problems.
We're not trying to do the architect's job for them.
Yeah,
we're telling them what's most important to the city, so they can be paying attention to those things when they design stuff.
Yeah, I mean, what I like about this is it stitches it together and it keeps the plan moving forward, and it also creates. I mean, I think it gives the discussions I've had with some developers. It gives them an understanding of what they're getting into before they even engage, right? They know what the residents want, and that's something I think that has been challenging in Santa Clara and has created a lot of delays, which obviously is costly. So, well, I had two quick questions. Have you seen where form-based code is implemented that the review or the entitlement process is actually reduced significantly?
Yes. Well, so for instance, we made a form. So I was the one that lobbied the Ventura City Council to make a plan for I live there, for our mostly dead downtown in 1991. So they appointed me to be the chair of the downtown, basically the DCTF in that case. And then 10 years, we chose a consultant who made a good plan. Then 10 years later, they hired me and some other people to make a form-based code to implement it more predictably. And then over the next few years, I was under contract with the city to do design review, and some really great buildings got built really fast because, well, actually in the 80s, I was the chairman of the city's design review committee. And developers and we weren't allowed to have any guidelines at that point. The city decided they didn't want to have guidelines. So we'd get developers who were in there on like the 4th continuance for redesign. And they just look at us and say, just tell us what you want, we'll do it. Well, so we think that a community taking the time to think carefully as you are about the sorts of outcomes you want, rather than wasting each developer's time, is an incredibly courteous thing to do. And not only is it courteous, but if all the developers are singing from the same sheet music, you're going to get a lot more harmony than if everybody's just sort of freestyling. Okay. So I think both of those things, it creates more predictability, and time is money, especially when you're a developer.
Yeah.
And if you can see what the target is and hit it, in a few months instead of a few years. I mean, one of the reasons housing is so stinking expensive in California is that it takes a lot of developers years to get permission to build it.
My other question was, seeing the general plan in Santa Clara that was developed, I believe around 2005, everything moves so quickly, especially in the Bay Area. And so what originally was planned in that original general plan is really not exactly reality today, right? There's things that have shifted and things that have grown faster and slower and so forth and such. So I guess one of my second question was, this plan, how adaptable is it as it continues to move down the line? Because what, you know, it would be a shame to have all this work put into it and then it ends up not being useful.
Well, that's why it's really back to basics. It's about, okay, so if we're making a downtown, let's make it out of blocks that are about the size and shape of downtown blocks. Let's make sure that the ground floors of all the buildings are really nice to walk past. Let's make sure that there's a block or two or three of successful, beautiful retail, restaurant, theater, art gallery activity going on in a focused area. And then let's not be all uptight about exactly how many dwelling units you can have in a block. If somebody wants to build more smaller units that cater perhaps to people that would take transit more, you might get the same building with a lot fewer environmental impacts, even though the density is higher. You know, basically regulate what matters. What matters is the kind of a place you're making and the fact that the uses within it can flex over time to remain economically viable. So be clear, be clear about what kind of a place you want, and then don't panic over exactly how many square feet of which use shows up.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Task Force Member Atisha, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, David, for all the great graphics. I think it's not a question, it's more of a comment. I would say, working in the development industry, I would totally support form-based code because of all the reasons you and Jim have shared. It definitely gives a little bit more definition to developers, and it reduces the subjectivity from approval process that helps the pro forma-based design process, and the investors, they see much easier. So I would totally support, as our mayor had asked the question. So, and I've been part of the design side of this. I'm not going to speak on the downtown, but there is a lot more support, as I see being very active at Spur and ULI and other South Bay, Silicon Valley developers, that objective design standards are definitely kind of doing that job in many cities where it has been adopted to see actually better design than stucco clad, not knowing, because the community members are not architects and designers. They know what they want, but they cannot define it. Speaking up in a community meeting, I'm an architect and designer and I can be more clear. So this process is going to really help taking that subjectivity out of each project as we go into development cycle with the downtown. It's just going to take that subjectivity out because we are spending the time and energy right now.
And the public process is terribly important. But we think it's best focused on the high level vision for the outcomes and not the technical minutia. If I want advice on, if I want general advice, I'll talk to my neighbor. If I want legal or accounting advice, I'm not going to ask the man across the street. I'm going to go to somebody who actually does that for a living. So
exactly. And right now, the DCTF is spending so much time understanding what the community wants.
There you go. Because the question of understanding what sort of a downtown does this community want? That's absolutely a DCTF, all the public providing input. How do you make a technical document that will get developers to give you that one building at a time? We really don't need grandma and grandpa helping us with that. Or any, you know what I mean? Well, I don't use that in a pejorative sense because I am a grandpa, but that's my favorite job, actually.
Yeah, exactly. And I think just kind of a second comment I want to kind of bring to everyone's attention. The graphics we saw for Claremont were beautiful and amazing.
They're very specific to Claremont. They're very specific to Claremont.
And they're very specific to Claremont, and some of the scales might be different when we are in our downtown.
Totally.
Yeah.
I mean, not totally, but definitely.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Task Force Member Rob, go ahead, Rob.
Mayor, I assume. Hi there. Hi, David. What I loved most of what you said was about adding value, that and that we're trying to, where do you go? Where do you love to visit in the world that is such a destination, a magnet for you to visit? And that's really what we're trying to create here. A developer generally, first starts with a pro forma, and if we don't give them any framework, they're going to be more focused on the pro forma. And oftentimes the design is something that gets agonizingly massaged through the whole process. I mean, I sat on architecture committee in this city, and yes, 3, 4, 5 times sometimes. So vision, right? Placemaking and value, quality. We are competing with every other city in the general area, and we want to be that destination. This is going to, we want to attract developers that have a long-term commitment, not a short-term. Some developers sell their product, and so they want to get through as quick as possible at as low cost possible. And design is often an afterthought. So I appreciate you talking about value. Yes.
That's what it's all about. And it's about all the things we've been talking about of each building or each project should be unique to itself, yet it should have a number of key characteristics of scale, materiality, mass, transparency, etc., that are in common with the other buildings nearby.
And adaptability, David, you talked about, look, everybody would build an apartment complex here right now. That's the most important thing right now. But
if you want to make a lot of money in a hurry, build an apartment building.
Right. But we want a long-term vision, right? We want to grow into the vision because it's not going to happen.
I just want to remind everyone too that we're still on the general part of the discussion about form-based codes, and we'll be getting to the downtown specific part next.
That's a short part. But on the value side, by the way, this relates to everything we've talked about, whether it's the respect for historic structures, whether it's graceful transitions to existing valuable neighborhoods. That if you do this right, which the form-based code has, the form-based code, as a friend of ours who's very distinguished practitioner of form-based codes, describes it in terms of them having a lot more dials and levers that you can adjust than just zoning, because zoning tends to be height, setback, use, parking. That's kind of it. But if each new building if the code's intention is that each new building should add value to what is existing around it and derive value from what is existing around it. So having buildings along Benton that are comparable in some important ways to the beautiful houses on the other side of Benton, or having buildings on Lafayette on both sides, new buildings when they knock down the theater and do something new on the campus side. Having a joint, each new project. Well, Christopher Alexander, a distinguished urban theorist from Cal, there's a quote from one of his books, is that each new increment of development must be made in such a way as to heal the city. So, each piece needs to make the piece next to it better. It's like friends or families or partnerships. The sum of the parts, the value of the whole is much greater than the sum of the parts because they fit.
Maybe this would be a good point then to transition to the next part of the session.
I'm going to ask, before we go to the next part of the session, I'm going to go to the public to see if there's any public comments on this part of the presentation. So I want to make sure there's, see if there's general comments And then I'm going to turn it over to the Vice Mayor to take over for the last part of the session. So is there any member of the public that would like to speak on what you've heard so far in the first part of the presentation? The first hand I see is Jonathan. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Hello. So providing a minimum amount of free parking by land use is often baked into traditional zoning codes. And Donald Shoup has argued in his book, The High Cost of Free Parking, that traditional land use-based zoning codes leads to an overbuilding of free parking and undesirable behaviors such as cruising for parking. I was wondering, like, how do form-based codes address issues around parking, especially given, you know, I guess, like, reduce those type of behaviors that might impact, you know, neighborhoods in the area?
A variety of ways. Thank you. What a great question. And Don is a brilliant man. So for starters, they address configuration so that however much is provided and whether it's free or whether you have to pay for it, it isn't the main thing you see when you look at a building. It's either behind the building. In some cases, it's within the building in a structure that's buried inside the building where you can't see it. Or in some cases, not in this case probably, but in some cases, it's even beside the building. So if you're on like a commercial street, you might have a retail building and then a little parking lot and then another retail building, but it's not a sea of parking that you have to, it's not, as a friend of mine calls it, a parking lagoon that you have to wade through to get to the building. So that's the configuration part. But the other way is that the places that we code are highly walkable and pleasant and beautiful so that somebody who's going to a restaurant or a shop really doesn't mind parking a block away in a structure. And because if that 1 block walk from the parking structure to where you're going to have dinner is a lovely experience as opposed to a hike through, you know, Walmart's parking lot, then people gladly do it. So you can play, you don't have to put the parking for each project right in front of each project. Hence, you can make the public space beautiful for people and walkable. And then in addition to that, obviously parking is not a productive use. Parking is something you need. Nobody goes, I mean, no, people don't go on vacation to somewhere because the parking's so good. You know, downtown San Francisco, people go there because the parking's good? No. They go there because it's a nice place to be. So you can price parking and you can require sharing, you can unbundle parking, meaning that in a residential building, you can allow people to rent an apartment with or without 1 parking space, with or without 2 parking spaces, so that basically you're not forcing somebody who'd rather take the train to rent a parking space that they don't want or need. And as long as they've got a parking space, oh, what the heck, let's have a car in it. But so you can create incentives. People tend to self-select to live in environments that meet their needs. And some people would rather live with 1 car or no cars. You give them that additional option by renting the parking separate from the apartment, in which case you're creating a market for parking. And if somebody builds an apartment building with 100 parking spaces, and then a year later they can only rent 75 of them to their residents, they got 25 parking spaces to rent to somebody in an office building down the street. So that all of a sudden you're monetizing something that used to be free. And, you know, the high cost of free parking is another way saying that there's as the price goes to 0, the demand goes to infinity, you know, economics 1. And so there's 2 ways of managing parking. One is to manage it, and the other is to just flood the market with so much you'd never run out. That was what that aerial photo I showed you of that shopping center was. You know, if you provide more parking than everybody's going to need on Black Friday, that's one way to solve the parking problem.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to make a comment? before we go to break? All right, Skip, go ahead, Skip. Skip? Oh, you're muted.
I'm
There you
sorry,
go.
I
No,
didn't
there you go.
unmute. Thank you, Mayor. Seems to
Go
be a
ahead.
common occurrence with me. Anyway, I am fascinated with what you were talking about regarding Jonathan's question, right, parking. And it suggests to me that it would be advantageous in a form-based code to not take up as least area as possible with garage parking, to allow for more park gatherings or public gatherings amongst the downtown, downtown. And so therefore, would it be possible to have a tall, for example, in building a town, would it be perhaps possible and preferable to have a tall garage instead of two half-size garages?
Yes, and actually, yes, if it's in the right place. And by the way, you know, a building that's just filled with parking doesn't have to be ugly. There's several, including one. As I turn here, I'm looking across 7th Street here at the corner of 7th and Hill in downtown Los Angeles. There's a 4 or 5 story building across the street from us that looks like it looks like most other office buildings built in the 1920s, except it's just completely full of cars. It's just a garage, but it looks like you never know when you're going by. It just looks like a building, and it's just parking. So yeah, you don't have to make it look like a historic office building. You can just make it look nice. So, and that's a way of that's much lower cost per parking space to build than to jam parking spaces into apartment buildings.
And could you have?
And we're planning one in downtown. That's part of the plan already. But well, I'm sorry, I'm not talking about that. But yes, that's a good technique. And you know, in most cases, and particularly in making something as complex as a city, particularly a city center, the most successful strategies are, you know, all of the above or some of each. So I think one simple, efficient structure, a short walk from many things, is a really good idea. And then some residents would rather pay a little more to have at least one parking space in their own building, so they wouldn't have to walk a block or two when they get home at night. So you provide that too. You know, choice. This is about choice. It's that the kinds of cities we've been building just don't offer choices. You know, if you can live in a house and you can drive to Starbucks and you can drive your kid to school and you can drive your kid to the park and you can drive to the shopping center. All other options are just not there. What we're talking about is making places where you have more choices, choices of where to park, choices of whether to walk or bike or ride transit or drive your car. We're not taking away options. We're just adding a lot of options that just haven't been on the table for decades.
Okay, thank you. I have another public member, Sal. Go ahead, Sal. You're muted.
Okay.
There
Can
you
you
go.
hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I apologize. I just was informed of this meeting, had no idea what's happening. So excited that it's happening. I'm loving what I'm hearing so far about, you know, the different options on parking and the criteria being considered. And just was wondering, as a general question, how much of tonight's conversation will be about the downtown? I just want to make sure that, you know, I hear and have an opportunity for speaking directly on the downtown specifically.
You came at the right time. It's coming up right next. Downtown.
Yes. It's going to be pretty concise, but it's going to be interesting.
You didn't miss it. Okay, it's coming up.
Oh, fantastic.
We're gonna talk about how the sorts of techniques and tools that I've been showing you briefly could be
Yes.
applied to getting you the downtown you want. Because
Okay, we're going to talk about the downtown next. I'm going to stop you right there because I really have to recuse myself. So is there-
let me.
I know,
say
well,
one-
we're going to stop right there. Okay.
Okay.
So is there any
Sure.
other member of the public that would like to speak on what we've heard so far? Okay, I don't see any other member of the public, so we're going to take a very short break and I'm going to recuse myself. I have my office in the downtown, so I have a conflict. I will not be able to stay in this meeting, but I appreciate the fact that I was able to participate up until now and hear about form-based code. So thank you everyone very much. And stay tuned, just a couple minute break for Vice Mayor Chahal to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, for attending.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Are we taking a formal break?
No, please break.
5 minutes?
At least, thank you.
I don't want to keep you guys.
Yeah, this is the fun part.
Well, I think so. So this is sort of hitting some of the high points of the intentions that the DCTF and your staff and our team and the community have defined as what the new old downtown should turn out like. And I think I'll speak just briefly about how some of the techniques that I've just shown you that this type of coding can do, I think will be well suited to getting you those outcomes. What I was going to mention when the mayor appropriately shushed me there was, and it's not really totally specific to downtown, but I was going to express it in that way, so that I'd better do it in this session. That really this kind of a plan that you have already outlined through your hard work over the last couple of years, and this sort of a code that together we can make, it's really a device for getting developers to build you the town you want with the economy you have. That's the short version. So the town you want is, or the downtown you want is the historic center of your city, and all roads lead to there. So at the large scale, it's about connecting your new downtown up to the existing rail station, the new BART station, the new mixed use center that's going to be built on the other side of the tracks, and connecting it to and making it prominently visible from, attractive from, and accessible to people coming through on Lafayette and Benton and Homestead, Lafayette and Monroe and Benton and Homestead. So basically, connecting it to the whole city like it, historically was, and making it relevant again. It's about then that pattern forming the historic grid of blocks together with some new public open spaces that have been defined through the process. So the basic pattern and mobility and access that we were describing are exactly what for the Claremont plan is exactly what you need here, and you've already got the framework defined, starting with Lafayette, because the city has the good fortune to own the property closest to the university, and the additional good fortune that the university has some very smart people who are thinking hard about the future of the campus and are deeply interested in the future of the downtown. So that reconnecting the downtown to the campus is a key objective, and the sorts of public space and street design standards that we showed you in the earlier going there will be instrumental in making sure that those things happen beautifully, but flexibly and organically. You're not going to be dictating to the campus what they need to do over here, but you're going to be making sure that when somebody comes across Lafayette from the campus, they arrive in a beautiful updated version of Homestead and goes through on a beautiful updated version of Lafayette, and likewise Benton, to create so that the activity from the campus spills out and starts to activate your downtown. And that can be immediately. I mean, you can start simple with even tactical measures. You can start re-inhabiting those vacant lots with even temporary or interim activation, followed by, and it's just another picture of the connections, followed by an ambitious but very achievable improvement to this piece of Lafayette, which really would not require doing any change to the university side, except possibly adding a nicer bus stop and then rethinking the way the space between that existing office building and the street works by perhaps building a new colonnade across the face of this building to give it a bit of scale that it doesn't really have now, making the space between the curb and the building a place that people want to be, possibly introducing some active commercial or restaurant uses into the bottom floor of that building. And then over time, perhaps this building might be expanded out to the street with an addition. Perhaps, I mean, the university generally intends to take the old theater down at some point. Maybe they, and if the code is sufficiently clear that this side of Lafayette is going to be beautiful along these lines, or even better, the university could be convinced to face beautiful new buildings toward the street, which could achieve what we sometimes call turning a rip into a zipper. Because these big streets usually are basically a tear in the urban fabric. And this is about healing them, and they connect one end of town to the other end of town for motorists, but they separate the two sides of the street from each other. So they need to stop doing that. And then here's an image of the that we made, a conceptual image of the sort of public open space that could greet you as you come across Lafayette from the campus into the new restored Franklin Street, which could be designed a bunch of different ways. We'll show you some of them, and have a public square, perhaps some kind of a public market, and then active ground floor uses, hopefully including 1 or 2 theaters, and then upstairs combination of housing, office, hotel that could actually flex over time. I mean, a lot of the office buildings around where I'm sitting here in downtown LA have turned into residential lofts. The building right across the street is under construction right now. They're turning an old office building into housing, and it can go the other way too. You know, buildings can outlive the uses in them if they're built well. And then Franklin Street could be detailed in a number of ways. And I think a lot of decisions will be made about that as part of the precise plan. But from a code standpoint, you can just say what's most important about it, that it have 1 lane of relatively slow moving traffic each ways and comfortable curbside parking or pick up and drop off, and sidewalks that are wide enough to have outdoor dining on them. You could introduce some more green space into the hardscape if you wanted. And you could, and if there's enough space that's flexibly programmable, especially as we've learned so many different times during the pandemic, you can do a lot more with the outdoor space than anybody ever thought. Although, as you start building structures, you start to block the stores, so there's a delicate balance. So you'll see, if anything like this were to happen here, it needs to be very transparent so that it frames rather than blocks views of the stores. Then on the north-south streets, this is a conceptual illustration of what Main Street might look like as you cross Homestead coming into the core, with broad sidewalks, perhaps a double row of trees to really define the space and shade, an outdoor dining environment, but not blocking views of beautiful tall shop fronts, with then housing and or offices upstairs, including roof terraces that give people beautiful views of the valley, and additional semi-public gathering space up in the air, not on the ground. And then a lot of the north-south streets are envisioned as being somewhat narrower and more residential in their character at the ground floor, again with housing and offices in various forms upstairs. The edge streets here, because your downtown is across the street from, just the luck of the draw here, the area that you want to turn back into a downtown is right across the street from houses. So you have to think very carefully about how these frontages, how the opposite side of the street looks, feels, and operates as you're thinking about what would be the right thing to put across the street from it. So this is an illustration we made quite a long time ago. On Benton, you've got so if this parking lot were to become buildings that had parking in them to replace that next across the street from these houses, you'd probably want, and we're not saying this is the ultimate architecture, but you would want the buildings to be set back somewhat from the sidewalk. You'd want porches or little front yards. You would want the buildings to not be drastically taller in scale than the houses, and you want to make sure that the horizontal massing increments related to the lot widths of the houses across the street so you wouldn't just get one big dumb box. And then these buildings, as you get back farther, could step up some. We understand there's some sensitivity to the possibility that taller buildings here might shade people's yards here during the winter. And we've been doing some shading studies to identify height limits that would make sure that didn't happen. But the scale and the character of this edge needs to not detract from the beauty and value of what's across the street. This is an example of the opposite. This is actually in another university town that we've been hired to help them fix. Believe it or not, they had made themselves a form-based code, but they didn't, not everybody knows how to do a form-based code right. So they made one that let this thing on the left happen. So the only reason to show you this picture is we're currently working on this, helping them redo their code so this never happens again. And they're happy. We're going to have a Zoom meeting with them in a few weeks, similar to what we're having here, only, so then the transitions from that. So by the way, so as we think about how the frontages of the downtown side of the street should be made, we might or might not, it's up to you, think about the other side of the street, because historically, here's what's going on over there. As you so well know, there's beautiful homes that have their beautiful front doors and front rooms facing the yard. Their ground floors are generally up a bit so that the windowsills are at or above pedestrian's eye level so that they don't feel like they're being spied upon by passing pedestrians. But over time, there have been some less than ideal intrusions into there, I presume, based on the current zoning that applies to there, where people have put in garages facing the street instead of setback. And some tall fences have shown up along streets, which isn't really part of the original idea of how those neighborhoods should be. So we could include some provisions or not that might avoid future mistakes across the street from your downtown. And then when we look carefully at what's already along these edges of the downtown, there's some unfortunate events that have occurred. You've got the side of a building on Benton that is, I would not want that across the street from my bungalow. It's a truck-sized car entry, and at this corner by the campus, you've got the air conditioning equipment room with no walls on a prime corner. Hopefully, maybe that could be changed without getting rid of this big solid building. And then also on Benton, you've got the apartments there that are they're suburban apartments. The vision in the 60s and 70s was woods, sort of wooden apartments in the woods. And they built a little piece of wooden apartments in the woods. But that was right after you'd knocked down your downtown. But I guess to their credit, they were thinking that you'd changed your mind and you weren't going to have a downtown. So they put this there, but that doesn't go with downtown. Then there's some buildings that are very interesting down toward the south end, where you've got these buildings that the idea was arcades, but they misunderstood exactly how arcades work. So you've got the sidewalk outside the arcades, and you've got this little, I don't know what it's for, area behind the posts here. So really these arcades mainly just hide views of the shop fronts. So there would be some simple ways that could just be adjusted without even keeping the building. You could keep the building and adjust that. And here, again, you've got these posts there that are mainly, they're just hiding your views into I'm sure they look nice in elevation, but in 3 dimensions, they basically don't let you see the merchandise. So, and then spatial definition is a terribly important thing. And you've already got a good head start on Benton and Homestead. You've got a lot of beautiful historic big trees, the palms and the large canopy trees. This building, which I just showed you the less than fully successful ground floor, is very successful at defining the space of the street, beginning to make even a street as big as Homestead feel a bit like an outdoor room. So, you know, that's a good, that's headed in the right direction for sure. There's another fascinating attribute, which one of a young designer in WRT's shop noticed, that like Oakland, which I'm going to show you a couple of pictures of in a second, Santa Clara was set up as original town center with streets generally radiating outward from it. And, you know, all roads lead to downtown. And as you're coming down each of these streets, if there was something a little bit tall here, you'd see it. And you'd say, whoa, there's downtown, let's go see. So that's certain key, this beautiful diagram identifies certain key corners or sites within the downtown that if there were a tall-ish building with something particularly lovely, maybe lighted at night, it would really start to put your downtown back on the map visually, which is how people, I mean, historically, when I'm in a new city, one of the ways you find the downtown is you just look for where the bright lights are and you go to the light like a moth. So there could be recommendations or standards for landmarks at key locations. For instance, one of my I love Oakland a lot. Well, I love the Bay Area in general, but in Oakland, you've got the Tribune Tower is at the junction of Telegraph and you got Broadway and Telegraph. Shoot, I'm blanking on the other one. I should have written the names down. Anyway, the radial streets that go up to the Oakland Hills and to Berkeley and to Emeryville. Oh, hello, San Pablo. Duh. They all terminate. Looking at that. Well, that's how you know you're coming into Oakland, especially before they built some of these less beautiful tall buildings around it. You know where you are because you can see them. And you could even allow, I mean, cities went to great trouble to get rid of roof signs at some point for reasons that still kind of mystify me. I mean, you don't want people to have pole signs in their backyard, but at the right place, a festive sign that you can see as you're approaching can just, I mean, you know, when anywhere you are around Lake Merritt, you see that. And that's a wonderful thing. Then you know where Piedmont is. Hello. So I think that, so those are some ideas. So I think that's some basic ideas that those are the main things that it's important to get right. The network, the public space, the frontages within and around the edges of the downtown, and ways of using design to connect this little downtown to your now very large city and make it look, feel, and act like the middle, not a little lost piece.
Thank you, David. And it made a lot of sense what you basically presented for visualization as well as future planning. And I know you gave a lot of issues, but you'll also be submitting solutions, right? Sort of.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of the final solutions are going to be defined by investors and developers who are going to determine. So like I said at the beginning of this segment, that this plan is a device to try to convince developers to build you the town you want with the economy that's available. And in your case, you're in a very, well, I don't need to tell you.
I think we lost David on audio. Sorry to interrupt.
Can you hear me or no?
You're a little bit low.
Very.
Very soft.
Yeah, you're soft.
The same problem that we had earlier is now reoccurred. I can barely hear you.
Well, let me just quickly restart my internet. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fortunately, it's quite possible that whichever microphone he's been picking to speak with is getting switched over to like the internal microphone from the not internal.
Is this better?
Yeah, this is much better.
Okay, good. Okay. I mean, I'm rarely accused of being too quiet, but thank you. I'll take it. I'm sorry. So the intent of the plan is basically to get developers to build you the town you want with the economy you have, one project at a time, and make sure that every piece fits in with every other piece. So if somebody comes in and builds 3 blocks of this all at once, you want to make sure that it doesn't look like one big 3-block project. You want to make sure that it looks like, you know, a dozen or 2 or whatever, you know, unique, beautiful buildings that are at the scale of a downtown. Or if you get one building a year for the next 50 years, or God forbid that should be it, they would still fit together. And so it's about pattern and form and connectivity and quality and variety. And of course, it's about attracting the uses that you want. So the way that you attract businesses is by making, so in a place like this, very often we say that the place is the anchor tenant. Because if you're doing conventional suburban shopping center development, you need Walmart or Costco or it used to be Sears or Penny's, but we're working on a project right now where they both went away. So now we're redesigning a plan so that the place will be the anchor tenant. People will come there just because it's a nice place to be. That's the nature of downtowns. Real successful downtowns are places that you don't just go because you want to buy a pair of shoes or eat a hamburger. You go there because you like to be there. And, you know, so it's people come in visiting from out of town and you say, hey, let's go downtown and see what's happening.
Okay, thank you, David.
Nobody says, let's go to Costco and see what's happening.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Priya have comments or questions. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I'm an urban planner too, David, so this is really exciting for me. One of the key draws in some of the most viable, thriving cities are those by waterfronts. Whether it's Paris, whether it's London, whether it's Chicago, whether it's New York, the most enticing part of all of these places that we draw, San Francisco, are by waterfronts. Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of a geography, but I'm hoping, I genuinely hope that there is a water body somewhere in this plan that kind of becomes the central focus. And San Jose has, and it's really nice, the Cesar Chavez Park has a huge impact by Fairmont. And I can't hear you, David, if you're speaking.
Oh, have I gone away again?
Now you're good. Now you're good.
Oh, okay. Well, I love it. Yeah, I discovered that like 25 years ago when our kids were little.
My thought is that somehow we, in the form-based code, before it's too far down, before land uses get locked and gridlocked, I'd like for you to help us carve some space, again, with all the water shortage and with the drought, all of the uncertainties of future water status, especially here in our land locked area. It's a feature that I'd like to have, whether it's our Central Park is a huge draw, but it's not the same as bringing people in both a transitory way, or in a draw, or a placemaking way. So I'd like for us to consider that one aspect. And of course, all of the others are in line. I just want to consider as a thought process that when you do form-based codes, when you lock in design, it's a capture in time.
Well,
and sometimes,
we're not locking in a design. We're creating a vocabulary and a series and a range of options and choices for developers and for business owners and for residents. So again, it's organized variety, and we're not saying you got to have 200 of this and 600 of that and 4 of those. We're saying that you need to have a pattern like that, it needs to be a beautiful place to walk around to find the part. Nobody's going to love every piece of it the same. But if
Yeah.
everybody loves walking around finding the piece they want, that's the experience.
Thank you. Yes, you just reiterated. So keeping the flexibility in the design, three-dimensional spaces, and in actual wayfinding and branding. I just wanted to recap that it's important to create a sense of place for Santa Clara, along with acknowledging its historicness. But I could not go without saying, please include a water body.
Thank you, Commissioner Priya. I see Commissioner Chair Nancy, you have some questions and comments?
I do. Thank you, Vice Mayor Shahal. So I'm going to back up, and I know I'm going to get a little bit into the weeds, but it is something of a big concern for mine dealing with historical properties. I mean, this is what I know. There's a California registry that allows historical properties special protection, but it requires that surveys were done. And some decades back, and I don't think there's an awful lot of folks that know this, some decades back, the city attempted to deal with that by dividing the old quad into 4 sections, and then surveys would be done in each section. Unfortunately, only 1.5 sections had that survey made. So the city's inventory of historically significant properties hasn't been completed, which is a long way of saying I'm concerned about the preservation for historically significant properties since the inventory is not complete and the like. And that can have an impact on, I mean, there's very few, but inside that block and frontages to that block. And it's what I'm getting is that it depends upon how the form-based code is written or approved, because basically form-based code can supersede protections unless it's built into that. That's my concern. So if you could comment on that, because I don't think people realize that historic preservation is important enough in Santa Clara that to be able to get into the weeds about what you can and can't do can really depend upon if surveys were done, which haven't been completed, and if you are protected and it gets slipped. So if you could comment.
Well, one thought is that we need to move forward sort of quickly.
Can't hear you. Okay, there you go.
I think it's important to move ahead brisk. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Okay. I mean, the clock is ticking, and some of the terrible buildings that were built after you knocked the good stuff down are about to become historic.
Yeah.
You know, just because, some, if mistakes get old enough, they become historic.
I'm not sure that that's my biggest concern.
I'm just,
okay.
I understand your concern. I'm just saying there's the other side of that coin. But no, clearly the intent of this whole effort is to restore a center for your city that is consistent with the spirit and character of that center of your city. Interesting parallel to the work we did in Claremont. We were talking about developing a village scale place. And a lot of people said, well, wait a minute, our historic village is all 1-story buildings. And so the answer to that is, well, yes. So there's a difference between scale and height. And that historic village was built with a clear vision of the kind of walking around, shopping, dining, enjoying your life environment that was made and still exists, because they never tore anything down. Well, they tore a few things down. They made some mistakes in redevelopment, but not at the scale that you guys did or your predecessors did.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Claremont.
But my point to them was, well, that was what the economy, that's the sort of a beautiful walking around, enjoying yourself village that the economy of 1917 built when you were a little town in the middle of 1,000 acres of orange groves with a train stop and no freeways. And now it's going to be, you know, the kind of place that the 2021 or 2025 economy is going to deliver, that has a lot of those same attributes, just isn't going to be the same. So
Understood completely. And I think that's going to be the trick is the way that you can bring back the downtown, but not in such a way that it doesn't understand and protect historic properties.
Totally. Complete agreement.
Okay.
Total agreement.
Thank you, Commissioner Nancy. Yeah, I see Task Force Member Atisha, you have question or comments, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think one quick comment on the map, like all the roads diverging into Santa Clara downtown. I would just suggest everyone going on Google Earth and seeing it is actually not just within Santa Clara. It seems like the entire South Bay streets come and, you know, kind of comes and bulls ends into our downtown. So it's kind of a major strategic central location we are talking about here. And I think some of the discussions, I just, you know, because we have the Planning Commission and the council here, and, you know, DCTF is having on arts of like how we can bring arts, like both strategically creating economic incentives for artists, partnering with SCU, but also like, you know, creating spaces, as David was showing in his sidewalks and streets and signages, where we can just embrace arts and like kind of in our form-based code, give that artistic freedom somehow. Like we shouldn't be saying that all the signages on every storefront should be like same font, but how we can say that the, you know, like, so just kind of having that, David, I'm just sharing like discussions we have had like with DCTF. So yeah, exactly. So exactly on the same page, like saying how we can have, you know, really embrace arts, like, you know, blank wall should not be blank. Maybe in form-based code says that, but really seeing how we can really make this a free canvas for artists and create economic incentives for them to come here and see how the art program can be managed in downtown, because that can just become such a driver. We don't have an art district in South Bay. San Jose downtown is picking up a little bit of art, but it's still not there. So we should leverage the partnership with the university.
Absolutely. Thank you, Atisha.
Thank you, Task Force Member Atisha. I see Commissioner Chen.
Yes.
Question or comments?
Yeah, some questions. Yeah, I mean, it's a great presentation, but just a few slides before you mentioned the Lafayette. Yeah, you showed some suggestion. So my question is, Lafayette, it's a very busy street.
Yes, it is. It's a highway.
Yeah. So how can we put the, I mean, the side street, you know, people dining or whatever, and versus the busy street? I mean, it's maybe some safety issue, or, you know, since cars goes fast. Yeah,
well,
so how to resolve this issue? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay, this is what we do all day, every day. So first of all, you've got some super wide lanes here so that there's enough room to have parking at the curb. And the best thing to protect, one of the best things to protect sidewalks from traffic is parked cars, because they're big, they're heavy, and they're not moving. And also some decent street tree plantings. And you could even add bollards if you felt you needed to. The better idea is, or another idea is, in the future, we think it would be possible. Right now you have this weird sort of reverse flow lane like they do up at the tunnels, going to the Berkeley tunnels, going up to Walnut Creek. I mean, but so at the same time that the community decided to demolish its downtown, it decided to widen this street and turn it into a highway. So you've got there's a threshold question here. Do you want a highway between the campus and your downtown or not? And another way of saying it is that if the traffic volume, if the traffic speeds were slowed down through adjusting the design of the street and making the lanes a little narrower so that it didn't look like you should floor it, people do respond to the environment when they drive. They drive slower in tree-lined streets with narrower lanes than they drive in bleak streets with wide lanes. Just they do. And actually, slower traffic, 30-mile-an-hour traffic moving smoothly without sitting at traffic lights for long periods of time can carry more traffic per hour than faster moving streets can. Because in slower traffic environment, oh good, here comes the fire department. We're on we're about 10 blocks from the busiest fire station in America. So we hear them a lot. You can get more cars per hour through at 30 miles an hour than you can get through at 40 or 45 because the cars are closer together, because you can safely drive closer to the car in front of you. And when you have more cars per 1,000 feet moving slightly slower, you get as much or more traffic through there as you do with fewer cars per 1,000 feet moving faster. So the best thing you can do for pedestrian safety, property value, quality of life, and economic activity in your downtown is to get Lafayette to move a little slower and steadier. That's it. Now, whether that will be accomplished technically and or politically, I have no idea. That's just a fact, Jack.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Chen. I see Councilmember Kevin Park. Go ahead, please.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much for the presentation. I wanted to comment on a couple of things. One was Planning Commissioner Chericuru's comment about water as a draw. Yeah, I mean, we have a number of creeks in the city, which we usually put behind development, or we try to hide or work around.
Right, you put them in a ditch.
Yeah, and I've seen many plans that back up to the creeks, when in other cities, I see, them face out towards the water, like creekside cafes, creekside restaurants, terraces. They make the water a center of attention, which also keeps them cleaner, because if we're looking at them all the time, we'll notice if things are going inside them, including people. And
is there one here?
What's that?
Is there one here?
Oh, there are several creeks in our city, and I've walked several of them during the summer. Not in the downtown, but I just wanted to make about that, right? Which is
no, you're completely correct that we have turned our rivers into sewers, and I did a form-based code for a couple hundred acres of central San Antonio, focused around a 2-mile extension of the historic Riverwalk out of downtown San. So yeah, I agree with you completely that focusing development on water is a good thing, but
okay. No, and I think that obviously would have to manage water flow so we don't have unexpected flooding if people are allowed into dry waterways, but having a water feature when there's water, and when it's dry, they become like walking features or other things. I think that would be a great way to put focus to bring us closer to nature while giving us natural ways to decorate our spaces, right?
And there's also possibilities for just incorporating sustainable stormwater management devices and water gardens and such into the streetscape, so that rather than inventing a creek and putting it in the downtown, you can just weave water elements, whether they have water in them whenever it rains, which we keep hoping it will, or otherwise, that you can create environments that evoke the idea of water, even if they're not full of water all the time, as you say. But I would say that they need this to make it downtown. This is a tiny little area that you have left. It's just tiny. So I wouldn't recommend donating very many very many acres of it to sort of, you know, watery landscapes. I think the idea of a fountain or a small thing is a good one. I think integrating design elements that manage stormwater, if we're ever lucky enough to have any, into the streetscape is a very good idea. And on a broader scale, I completely agree with you that the way that we've been turning creeks into sewers, we're doing a general plan now for Rancho Cucamonga, which is a very suburban city that has very strong aspirations to be better connected to nature in the foothills. So we're re-envisioning a lot of the flood control channels as green corridors that run continuously through the city with trails and even restoring some of them as creeks.
Yeah, and
but
again,
I don't think we can do that much in the downtown.
I'm not saying anything about creating our waterways, but I just want to make a comment about waterways that we have in the city and other places. So that wasn't really a downtown.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah,
they've been engineered out of existence.
Yeah, and I love the idea that you had of all roads leading to Rome and landmarks that not locate but draw visitors to the area. Yes. I mean, when we talk about how much do we want to combine the school, the university with the downtown, I feel like we need to recognize not just which landmarks we would prefer, but which landmarks actually exist in the city. Because I know that we always trying to find a landmark that we think we can all find, and everything follows from there. Where we go, like we're going to go away from here, where we meet, how we determine, we can still see that landmark, where we go back to if we ever get lost or disoriented. And I would love to see a pathway to downtown visible from the train station and Main Street, El Camino. Like people on the train, I've been on a bus, but I see something like a Ferris wheel. So I want to get off and I want to see what's there. And if I have a sight line or like a pathway of restaurants or, street chairs or tables all along Benton that leads visitors deeper into the area and to the downtown without the need for signs, that's like, I just like the concept of that.
It's all of the, right. And one of the first downtowns I worked on 30 years ago, and we just did a form-based code for it finally 3 years ago. In the meantime, they built a bunch of stuff that I think in hindsight, they wish they hadn't. But it's adjacent to what was formerly a state highway, a big old, like Camino Real. And they were always focused on signage and branding. And I said, look, you can put all the signs you want out there, but the best way to do it is to don't tell them there's a downtown over there, show it to them.
Yes.
So I think that having development, I mean, that little piece of Camino Real there is just a mistake piece. I mean, it used to come through the campus. And then this was the fabled Caltrans highway bypass. And so it's wider, faster, and uglier than the rest of El Camino Real, if you can believe that. And it's cutting you off from your main chance over here at all these train stations and high intensity development. So creating a strong connection from your little downtown over here to this big, strong transit-oriented development that's happening on Camino Real is perhaps the most important single thing you can do, in my opinion. Because if you don't, I think that if you can't lick them, join them, comes to mind. There's going to be a lot of high intensity economic activity over here along El Camino Real, and you can either connect to it or it may just eat your lunch. So you need to draw people back and forth between. They're going to be very different. They're going to be different experiences, and if they're connected, they'll increase the value of one another. And if they're not, I think a lot of your customers are going to go over here and never find you. So, and the reason that this centroidal pattern exists is because the mission and then the university and then you're downtown, and then the old quad was sitting here in the middle of, 1,000 acres of plum orchards. I mean, you were here first.
Understood. And I just have one more comment about downtowns, which is, I visited a lot of other cities during shelter in place, like Palo Alto and Mountain View and Sunnyvale. And it was interesting to see some of the major streets that were closed to vehicles in the downtown and became just wide pathways where people could sit and eat and talk. And not just on weekends, for farmers market, this was how they kept the distance, but it worked really well. They felt like social places. They didn't just feel like. And just like the Presidio in San Francisco, I remember I used to go there during weekends because it was closed off to vehicles. A lot of the roads were closed off to vehicles, and it became a place for dancers and yoga and all sorts of activities that you wouldn't normally have there because you didn't have that kind of space. And coming back from Korea, there are lots of social places inside downtowns. Like in the middle of lots of buildings, you will just see an open space where people meet to play cards and talk and just hang out because it's a place where people go. And I would just like to make, I loved your comment about the place is the draw, the place is the anchor. People go there because of the place, not necessarily because of the anchor store. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Well, thank you. And just following on that idea, I think flexibility and adaptability are the key. So the downtown Ventura was very dead in the early 90s when I fomented a plan, and it has become gradually more and more successful. And during the pandemic, we've been closing off the blocks of Main Street to vehicular traffic, and restaurants have thrived. Street activity is abundant. But so they've hired us to redesign the central 7 blocks of Main Street as blocks that can be closed to traffic for special events and can be open to traffic other times. There was an experiment started by a famous Los Angeles architect and Bay Area landscape architect in the late 60s and 70s to convert main streets to pedestrian malls. Almost all of them died an ugly death. And so we wouldn't recommend learning that lesson all over again. So it's possible that, well, the 3rd Street Mall in Santa Monica is a fascinating example. It was pretty bleak in the 70s and 80s. And then it got redesigned to look like a street, and it can actually have traffic in it. But it became so successful, they were able to keep it closed to traffic most of the time. But that's not always going to work. So you need an escape hatch. So if you design them to look, feel, and work like streets, and to be closable off for events, then you'll just find, you may find out through experimentation over the next 2, 5, 10, 15 years that you can leave certain pieces of it closed to traffic more of the time and certain pieces less of the time. Because, retail in America is rarely successful without some pass-by automobile traffic. And this is a sufficiently small and off the beaten path spot now that designing it from the get-go to be carless streets, I think, would be a bad bet. But thinking of them as spaces that can be closed off safely and conveniently and periodically for special events, I think it's a fantastic idea. So basically, I think you can have your cake and eat it too.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Councilmember Park. I see Commissioner Lance.
Wow, time has passed. I may even have forgotten what I was originally going to ask. I was more kind of asking around how much of the illustrations that were shown of the street views and things were taken from actual street measurements versus a idealistic view of the streets. 'Cause
they're
I'm
all
pretty
scale.
sure they're not the size of the streets that are there, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. You mean the streets, the streets that I showed from?
Yeah. With the wonderful wide pedestrian spaces and.
Well, they're as wide as you make them. I mean, you know, it's a parking lot, so you can do what you want with it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just I want to make sure we keep our scale in perspective.
Excuse me. This is drawn in SketchUp, so this is based on a CAD plan of what's there.
All right.
But I'm sorry. Excuse me. Where in the hell are we here? I've lost my place. So okay, then when we get into these, those are. I mean, we all get to decide how wide those are supposed to be because it's just a parking lot now.
Right. Yeah, I think that would be an ideal view. I would love to see our city open up into that space, as long as we're not cutting down or cutting into the owned property area to appropriate it for walking and driving space. Then we'll be
well without that walking and driving space. You're just going to have an apartment project.
Exactly. You'd have the trench on the Death Star. We don't really want that. We would like to we want this open.
But it needs to be. But everything's a balancing act. Everything is a balancing act. So you want to make sure that it's a very comfortable, generous space for people to walk, dine, et cetera, and you want to have enough programmable retail, restaurant, theater, art gallery, ground floor space to support the desires of people who take the time to come visit here. And you want enough upstairs spaces for apartments, condos, offices, etc., to generate the revenue that it'll take to pay for these beautiful streets and to draw the people that are going to fill them up with activity. So it's a, it can't be too wide and it can't be too narrow. So we got to get it right.
Yeah, one of the trends we're moving away from is on-street parking. I think El Camino is a good example of how we're trying to maximize the useful space for the street and still keep as much aesthetics as possible. So
well, that's why we're showing.
There you go.
It's entirely so. There's the retrofit that's been popular over the last decade or so is called parklets, where you basically build little plywood platforms out into the parking lane so that you can inhabit what was the parking space with dining, etc. The other alternative, which we're working on right now for Main Street in Ventura, is to just take the curbs out entirely. In that case, well, here the bad news and the good news about your downtown. The bad news is you knocked down a perfectly nice downtown, but the good news is now you have a blank slate. So in the case of Ventura, we've got an actual street with curbs and stuff, but we're doing cost estimates right now to see what it would take to basically get rid of the curbs so that you could flexibly program dining or parking in front. Actually, that's how our friends our friend Michael Friedman designed Castro Street in downtown Mountain View 30 years ago. He was doing parklets before there was parklets, and he designed those parking lanes to be usable as dining areas. And so, but he had steps in them, which presents some wheelchair accessibility issues. But if you just do a curbless thing here, where the sidewalk and the parking lane slopes away from the buildings fast enough that you don't get puddles, then you can just by using relocatable planters and or bollards, you can intermix. If a particular business owner, like a dry cleaners or a donut shop, would find a couple parking spaces to be much more valuable to their business than a bunch of tables out front, they can have a couple parking spaces. And if you got restaurants and brew pubs that want the dining, particularly if the state goes ahead and gets rid of that silly rule that you've got to have a little fence around your beer drinkers.
Yeah, well, keep in mind too that we're gonna make sure that VTA is not encumbered. Also, we're gonna make sure that there are little spots like Uber drop-offs, pickups, handicap is taken into consideration. It's so many variables in the equation that, you know, it's ideal to have the street, but we may find that some of these delineations of space may not fit to the practicality of how we get people to move around within it. So I'm glad that you're presenting ideas, but we'll definitely have to think hard about.
Of course, no, we're not presenting these as a decision. This is help. We're at this point, we're still imagining the possibilities.
Sure.
And maybe you have a curb, but and we did a plan a few years ago for the North Bayshore district around Google up in Mountain View. And there, the curb zones are all flexibly programmable so that they can be drop off, they can be parking, they can be loading. Basically, flexibility again. You can reprogram that space for what is most valuable, you know, decade by decade or year by year.
Absolutely.
And without having to rip up the street every time you change your mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. No, these are all excellent points. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker, Anthony Becker, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, David, that was a very great presentation. I loved it. It was educational, and it gives, I think, many here a lot of excitement, including myself. To be honest, I was kind of ecstatic going through every presentation you're going through and every slide.
Thank you.
So, and I gotta say, it's also great to see the Planning Commission here, as well as the Downtown Task Force. Good to see my former colleagues, and I love being able to have this moment to actually work together. So I miss you guys. But moving forward, I agree with you a lot about the draw. I know you were showing that one map about getting people to come to a certain area, and that is the downtown. And you know, I remember as a boy, the El Camino bypass was put in, because I remember at a time when we used to drive through Santa Clara University and all the red lights were off. I mean, you basically it was just a street and people were still crossing. And then within a few years, they got rid of it. And I think that was kind of a really hardship even back then. My father even said that it was a hardship because you were pushing the El Camino further away, you're pushing the downtown further away, and it just basically, it ruined the future. So, you know, when you were speaking about that, it's really that you're preaching to the choir on that part. And that's where I get to a lot of my thoughts about, we're going to have a BART station over there. We're going to have this whole corridor can change. And I've always been an advocate of trying to connect Benton and Brokaw by creating a new way of, you know, crossing the railroad tracks, rather than just having the interchange over there, over by what I call the Coleman interchange, because you see the traffic that goes crazy over there currently at Costco. And when you're gonna have a BART station and all the housing there for the Hunter Storm project, you kind of want to have something that's going to be able to move people back and forth, but at the same time have the right signage. It's going to, I guess, get all those people going to Costco or in those developments on that side, or even in San Jose, to say, hey, let's go check out downtown Santa Clara, because what you're saying is a place. We need a place. We need a part,
but even if it's a beautiful place, you got to be able to find it.
Exactly. Exactly.
And you need to be able to find it by something other than Google Maps or a bunch of directional signs. You know, trust us. There's a nice downtown over here somewhere. Turn left at the next light.
Yeah.
Oh, and then turn right at the next light, and then take a U-turn and go back. You know, it's like, what? You know, you got to make cities, great cities don't require a lot of directional signage. They're intuitively navigable. But what short-circuited that, and it's not that traffic engineers are bad people, it's they were given bad instructions. Because cities produced land use plans that had all the housing over here and all the jobs 5 miles away over here and all the shopping 2 miles away over here. And then everybody has the gall to be surprised that there's traffic. You know, the cities we've been building for the last 50 years are machines for creating traffic congestion.
Mm-hmm.
And so then the engineers said, okay, well, hell, if we've got to get 10,000 cars from here to there between 5 and 6 in the evening, they got to be really wide streets with very few cross streets. So the connectors ended up being the dividers. That's what I was saying about Lafayette. You know, the intention was connectivity, but you were connecting something over there to something 5 miles over there.
Suburbia.
But in the process, you totally sawed the university off from where your downtown used to be.
Totally. And that's kind of what I wanted. I want the university to be a part of this, because the number one thing I spoke to a lot of university students is that they're like, it's dead. And I go, wow, I mean, you're preaching to the choir here too. I mean, I grew up here in Santa Clara, no downtown, you know, we had nowhere to go to.
You just erased it.
Campbell. Exactly. We erased our history, you know, and
you erased the activity. It's not just nostalgia. I mean, the history, history, there's a lot to history. Part of it is, it used to be great, but a lot of it is, you just erased the human activity.
Oh, totally.
And all the money just left.
Well, it's like we went out, we tore down Paradise, and we put up a parking lot. That's how I see it.
Well, totally. And so you've got these two big transportation barriers separating this little wanna be a downtown again place from the university that was there first, and from Caltrain and Amtrak, which have been there for a long time, and BART, which is coming soon. And you've got these giant moats cutting you off from each, you know, so you've got to build some bridges somehow over the moats and make them less hostile places to be not in a car.
I agree. And, you know, you really kind of hit a lot of those nails on the head. And that's kind of even the part on, don't just create boxes, create, you know, design that, you know, is going to be attractive. Myself and my former colleagues on the planning commission, every item we used to be like, oh, please, not another box, you know, let's put something on there, art, creative design.
But see, all your zoning is asking for, you know, it's saying set it back at least 20 feet, make it no more than 45 feet tall, and make sure it's got more than enough parking. Well, that's the recipe. I mean, surprise, surprise, you got exactly what you asked for. You just didn't quite realize that's what you were asking for. So now over the last couple of years, the DCTF and everybody's been thinking deeper about, okay, so rather than starting with the rules, which is the zoning code, your zoning code is like 1,000 other cities' zoning codes. It's a recipe for making a lot of housing in a hurry after World War II to house all the vets. And you lost a lot of plum trees in the 50s and 60s. And then all the traffic showed up because nothing was near anything. And so you had to drive everywhere always. And so now there's the opportunity to rethink carefully this most important center, but you have to think at the same time about how it's connected to the rest. Otherwise, it'll just be a nice little thing that nobody knows about.
I agree. And I mean, we got what, 67, 70, almost 70 people on the Zoom tonight. So I think this is great that we have this many people really dedicated to getting this going and really wanting this kind of change.
You guys are awesome.
My two of my major questions for you though are, but first I want to acknowledge, Chair Biagini, she always brings up a lot of the historical factors, and I'm really glad she does bring those up, because that's something that's dedicated to me, as well as I really hope that we look at having some kind of Native American memorial or something that's dedicated to that down in this area because of the
absolutely
in the mission. But my questions for you really are, going back to the Benton and Brokaw connection, do you think that would be a smart wise way of getting people to be attracted to coming into our downtown more, to expand our downtown's horizons. And then the second one is, you brought up about, 30 years ago, downtown Mountain View. When I was a little boy going through Mountain View, it was not a place people wanted to go. I mean, it was not desirable. Today, it's desirable. At the same time, they have their city hall downtown.
Yeah.
Do you think it's smart that we have a city hall downtown again?
I think that would be a total game changer. That would be a total game changer. And we've been thinking of a few, if, for instance, the folks that own those apartments that have sort of taken out the Franklin Street access on the back, if there was a deal where they would make that site available for City Hall complex in return, perhaps, for being able to build housing where you've got your City Hall now, or something else. But having City Hall downtown would just be huge. That in Ventura, where we were lucky that, well, the county government center was in downtown. And when it moved to a suburban campus was when downtown cratered in the 70s and 80s. And then I talked the city council into doing a plan in 1990. But when the county moved out from the historic county courthouse, which is the most important building in the city by far, the city bought it and turned it into City Hall. And then there's an old crummy post-war sort of an office box built behind the beautiful 1911 neoclassical courthouse, which is now City Hall. And the city was subleasing incubator office space, and they leased to a little startup, a few guys called their company Trade Desk. They've now got offices in Europe, Hong Kong, Beijing, all around the world. They're an international leader in selling of online advertising. They're an online advertising broker. They started in City Hall, and now they've committed to keeping their corporate headquarters in downtown Ventura. Their international corporate headquarters is in little old downtown Ventura. So, the spin-offs from a civic commitment to a downtown can be amazing. It's not just, so just the lunch traffic would be a big damn deal. But here's the other thing. If you could get City Hall in the downtown, that's 200 or 300 parking spaces that are empty at 5:04 every afternoon. Just never be in the lobby of City Hall at 5 o'clock.
It's great.
So no disrespect to the city staff, but I'm just simply saying that they need a lot of parking. Wherever City Hall goes, there's going to be a bunch of cost of parking. And if it were downtown, then your restaurants and your bars, restaurant, nightlife, weekend activities would have 200 or 300 parking spaces that were entirely or largely already paid for. So, if you build City Hall somewhere else, there's going to be 200 or 300 empty parking spaces, nights and weekends, and that's when you need the most parking downtown.
Brilliant. You are, like I said, preaching to the choir. This is great to hear this. I'm really excited. You probably could tell. I think everybody else here is excited, but I will let you get on to other people to discuss. But again, thank you for this, and thank you for being this guide. And I'm definitely going to have this on my favorites on my YouTube page to definitely replay over and over again. So we have the right kind of mindset where we want to go. So appreciate all of your work.
Thanks. Well, I appreciate all of you. None of this happens if you guys don't get this ball rolling and then provide all the local energy and knowledge and intelligence. That all we're doing is connecting the dots that you guys give us.
Thank you, Councilmember Anthony Backer and former Planning Commissioner Anthony Backer. Thank you. And I see Task Force member Dan Ondresek. Go ahead, please. And if you can please keep it a little bit brief so that we have many persons who are coming second time for questions, that would be good. And we have some persons from the public who are still waiting to speak. Thank you.
Raj, you know that's very difficult for me.
Sorry,
I think Councilmember Becker kind of took my question. So I loved your comments on all roads leading to downtown. And you, David, have mentioned the beauty of the grid in the past. And to Nancy's point, our Santa Clara history is extremely important.
Of course.
The only bit of historical beauty left in those 8 to 10 blocks is the grid and the way it was designed, et cetera, and that post office. We've got two misguided buildings plopped down on Main Street, and which, you know, Anthony and you had just discussed one of them. We've got a lot of momentum right now, and I guess what I'm looking for is guidance on, if we don't proact right now and make that move to at least get this examined, you know, during this time where we have 75 folks, we've got thousands of folks interested in it. Where do you see, from your past, where do you see that apartment complex going? I mean, is it going to stay put? Is now the best opportunity to do it?
Well, I would think that at some point in the future, if the downtown sort of develops around it, which could be done, at some point, the value, well, like I mentioned earlier, the mass, a lot of my clients are people who own 100 or 1,000 or 2,000 acres of land, and they want to develop them intelligently and build value over the long term. So the way to do is to start strong, and then the property next door becomes more valuable. At some point, that property would become so valuable that it wouldn't make a lot of economic sense to leave the low intensity development that's there on it. If, on the other hand, it were possible to create a set of circumstances under which there was some business opportunity that made it reasonable to consider repurposing that property sooner rather than later, obviously that could accelerate the pace of developing a strong middle for the downtown. So, I mean, it can work either way. It can work either way, but if the people who own that property found it to be, I mean, I understand they're business people for sure. I mean, everybody is, really, including cities. The levers that cities hold, most levers the city hold is if you're lucky enough that the city owns property in the downtown, which the city does own a lot of the property at the university end of this little downtown area. So that makes the phasing starting at Lafayette to make a lot of sense. Basically build on what you got. You've got a student population at the state's oldest, very distinguished university. So build on that. And then if it were possible to put Franklin through and develop that central square up Main Street from your historic park with the library and stuff in it, that would immediately gel a center. But if you had to work around that existing apartment project for a long time, you could do that too. If there were a chance, but if the city is planning to invest a good deal of capital in a new city hall, whether it went on that site or somewhere else in the downtown, I mean, it would make a lot of sense to leverage not only the real property that the city owns in the downtown, but the capital they have to construct a new civics facility. You know, basically push them together and make one really good one instead of spreading them out.
Okay, great. And last point, Councilmember Chahal, sorry, just to go into the transit, what we're all missing is that is the closest transit station to Mineta, despite what our counterparts in San Jose are trying to do with their tube and Dearden. So I think that also bodes for that transit station. All right, thank you very much and great job.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
And I see Task Force Member Rob. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Yeah, I just think it's important to think about proportion and scale, because we can talk about elements that exist in San Jose, and water is an example. Like, what is the quality of water that is so appealing? I look at it as the sound, the quality of sounds, which can mean fountains. There's a beautiful fountain outside our post office, for example. It's just not taken advantage of, right? If there was restaurants and seating around it, or if it was relocated to a proper spot, you can achieve that water effect. But we have a small, it's a fairly small footprint when we're talking about this downtown.
It's tiny.
Right. And so you can introduce art that has water features, whether it's coming off of downspouts or vegetated swales or whatever. There's all kinds of things that you can get creative on to give that quality, which I always think is sound. It is visual too, as well. And then there's kids' play areas too, right, with water features that can be artistic, creative, interactive. The other thing I wanted to say was City Hall. I've gone to City Hall probably a lot, because as an architect, I go to used to go down there and submit drawings. Now I do everything digitally. So what is the future of our City Hall in terms of people going and interacting? I'm not convinced that we have the footprint to locate it in our downtown, but obviously we're going to keep noodling that, and we'll see. I don't know. What do you think, David?
Well, it would also depend on how you conceive of City Hall. If you conceive of it as a new suburban campus replacing your existing suburban campus, there absolutely isn't room for it. Mm-hmm. If, on the other hand, you conceived of it as a dignified pair of 4-story buildings that were perhaps connected by a grand archway spanning across the alignment of Main Street. Mm-hmm. I mean, Main Street north of Franklin could be a civic square, wouldn't necessarily have to carry cars or anyway. So basically, yeah. if you go up, but if you're going to do little 1- and 2-story things and have it be where you park the pickup trucks for the engineering department, and that wouldn't make a lot of sense. But if it were programmatically feasible to concentrate the office functions, the public facing counters, the city council chambers, of course, the city council offices, etc., in a dignified 3- or 4-story building or pair of buildings, then it could fit beautifully. But if you're just going to do an updated version of what you got, then just don't put it downtown.
Sure. Well, Mountain View example, they have this plaza out in front, and there's a theater, and but I've always felt that it's lacking something. It doesn't energize. And I don't know, maybe it's because it's sort of at an end of. Well,
it's a timepiece. Bill Turnbull designed that, right?
I don't know. I didn't know that. Okay.
I think he did. Gosh, I should check. Anyway, it's a fascinating building, but you're right. It wasn't really conceived as a seamless piece of downtown. Mm-hmm. It was sort of its own thing. I think it's very interesting, but I don't know how much it contributes to the Castro Street environment.
Exactly. I do like your idea that when you brought up the trade-off of parking, I guess the question is the trade-off of parking sufficient enough because, you know, employees tend to leave, you know, at a certain time. So you have a dead building more or less, you know,
Well,
versus.
but you've got a lot of almost free parking for all the restaurants.
No, so the question is that trade-off enough, you know, in terms of the
Yeah.
amount of people that are in it, you know?
Well, and if you just think outside the box for a second, why couldn't a building, why couldn't a four-story building, for instance, have a grand lobby that is the entrance to City Hall, flanked by various public-facing functions, and then additional ground floor facades of that building could be retail and restaurant spaces that would actually give the city some revenue to help subsidize the cost of City Hall, while at the same time activating the ground plane. Because most of what happens in City Hall could just as well happen on the second or third floor. I mean, much of City Hall is just offices.
Right.
They can be up in the air.
Sure. Palo Alto is an example. That's just this tall building that's, you know, it's all offices up there that they've expanded into the downtown a little bit more. But I guess I'll be open-minded. You know, I'm going to be open-minded to it. My gut has been all along that's not the right use possibly in downtown.
I'm not telling you that I somehow mystically know that it's the right answer. I think it's worth a look.
Yeah, sure. No, definitely. I guess just I'll finish up, you know, the university, obviously, if they can open up, and Lafayette is obviously, you know, like you said, it's like a highway. If they can start planning and opening up their campus on that edge, as we're opening up our edge and making it dynamic, we can change that and because a lot of traffic does go through there, and it's super important.
Right. And see, that's the question, and it's the answer.
Yeah.
Which is that we have concentrated so much traffic on so few streets that they are hostile, noisy, dangerous environments to which any university or developer in their right mind would turn the backside of their building.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's what you get. You make streets that nobody in their right mind would put a front door on, and you get backsides of buildings.
Definitely.
So I think you've got, one way or another, you've got to make Lafayette into a street that would add value to buildings that face it, with beautiful university buildings, beautiful downtown mixed-use buildings, a theater, a restaurant, an art gallery, an office building. Because until that street is something worth facing, it's just going to be a rip that's separating. I mean, then if it stays like that, the next thing you're going to hear is somebody's going to be suggesting pedestrian overcrossings, where you go up in an elevator and walk over. You know, I mean, come on. This is the middle of your dang city.
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, thank you. I love your passion and your knowledge. It's certainly guiding us, and I know we're all excited to keep marching forward. And if we build it, they'll come. All right.
If you build it and connect it,
and do it well,
yes, and connect it.
Yes, do it well. Do it well. That's the whole thing. Why we're doing this.
What you don't want to be is the best kept secret in the county.
Okay.
Thank you,
Rob. I appreciate that. And I see Commissioner Nancy Biagini, you want to?
Yes, I had a couple of other questions, but I think they're don't require a very long answer. So let me give it a shot. Two things.
Be short.
Yeah, first off, thank you, Anthony. You remembered about the California Native Museum. And my points deal with what I call access, which is related to draw. There's internal and there's external. Sure, I would love to see the university and the downtown connected. I'll go one step further, include El Camino Real, be it a drop on, drop off. I mean, jump on, jump off trolley, that type of thing. But I got to go back to history. That's where we learned stuff, right? Back in the 50s when they built Valley Fair, there were a lot of people that forecast it was going to be the death of downtown San Jose. And it certainly contributed to it. And here's why. Whether you live in Santa Cruz or you live in Oakland, the reason, in my opinion, Valley Fair is still the biggest and growing mall in these days of the death of malls is because I tell somebody from Oakland, jump on 17, come all the way down. When you get into town, turn on Stevens Creek, boom, you're right there. Same with somebody from Santa Cruz. That access is simple. Downtown Santa Clara, I know you had that map of all roads lead to, and if you have a draw, and I get it, if you build it, they will come, but not if the access isn't easy. And I don't think I want to have some kind of big on-ramp from 101 into downtown Santa Clara. So that access is something that I think about all the time. We can build a great downtown, but like you said, nobody knows how to get there. What good does it do you? What I'm thinking, and I'll get to the question in a hot second, is we have this transit center coming up, BART, Caltrain, buses and the like. But that is, as I'm understanding it, outside of the specific plan for which the form-based code would be attributed, which then means, like Dan was saying, Anthony, how do you get people from that major hub, because there's your access point as I see it, into the downtown? And is that something that form-based code can address?
Well, I've been asking that question for 2 years.
Been asking that for 20 or 30.
Well, I've only been on this for a couple, maybe it's 3, I've lost track.
You got
Time
it.
does march on. But no, I mean, I think that's probably the most important single thing, because if you don't connect to that, it's going to eat your lunch.
And then how do you build a downtown? How does that affect the downtown rebuild if you're missing that key accessibility?
Well, I think you've got the Monroe right away. You need to protect the Franklin right away. And by the way, we're working on that. You know, Elon Musk's the Boring Company is proposing that loop. That not the Hyperloop. That's just crazy. The tunnel with the automated with the self-driving Teslas in it that they're proposing to connect from Minetta down to Diridon, and then on onward to Apple.
Mm-hmm.
Stevens Creek.
And I'm sorry, yeah, on Stevens Creek, yeah. Well, I was wondering why they couldn't just bore a hole under the runways and connect it directly from Minetta to the new BART and Amtrak and the campus and downtown Santa Clara.
That would involve.
And then why couldn't they go down Homestead to Apple instead of going down Stevens Creek to Apple?
Because it would require consensus between two cities.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. This is where I think where the rubber hits the road is the ability for consensus between towns that are really all part of the same urban village.
No, I get it. But so anyway, so some form of movement, whether it's a little trolley or something else.
Can form-based code get us there?
Well, no. The form-based code wouldn't be what does that. That would be the precise plan. And so right now, the precise plan is basically a downtown in a box.
Yeah.
You know, we're working from Benton to Homestead to Lafayette, to whatever's over there on the other side.
Madison.
Yeah, thank you. I could remember Monroe, but there's so many cities we work in where all the streets are named after presidents. We're working in like 3 or 4 cities that have a Monroe and a Madison, so I get confused. So I mean, so somehow, I hope this plan, not the code, it's the plan, can at least provide recommendations for key connections, without which the value of all this work you're doing inside your little 10-block box might be less successful than if one carefully considered, how do you connect this tiny little downtown to the world?
Right, in a
And
way that's mutually beneficial. Gotcha.
yeah, because I mean, wouldn't it be cool if somebody who gets stranded at Mineta Airport could stay in a boutique hotel in downtown Santa Clara?
Yep.
And actually, we're working on another place where that loop system is happening at Ontario International Airport. And we're connecting, and that system's going to connect it to the Rancho Cucamonga Metrolink station. So all of a sudden, this landlocked piece of land is going to be like a 7-minute ride from the airport. So basically, you can have airport hotels like 2 miles from the airport, because it's easier to get there than it is to get a taxi, you know, to take you 10 blocks to a hotel.
Well,
Anyway.
Thank you so much.
Anyway, so one way, and whether you can connect to the airport, who knows? But you can surely, I mean, you got to be able to connect to BART and Caltrain and Amtrak. And I mean, Franklin did that. And then Caltrans ruined that connection just by at the same time they did the rest of their little high-speed bypass thingamajiggy.
Okay.
And it just short, you know, the way I think about highway in some time is, it's like if you think of the original city as a delicate little printed circuit board that runs a clock or something, and then somebody comes in with a big piece of copper wire and just lays it down on top, and it just fries the whole grid. The whole thing shorts out and burns up. Well, that's kind of what happens when you put highway. I mean, look at West Oakland. You know, it got like 4 freeways jammed through it, and it just died.
Gotcha.
And you've been cut off from the train station twice. Once by El Camino Real and another time by Lafayette.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you. You have something more?
no, I was going to say thank you, Vice Mayor. I think it's time for Commissioner Huang's conversation.
Okay, Commissioner Chen, please. And after that, we'll go to public. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, actually, the current presentation, yeah, that's great. I mean, the curbless, yeah, I really like it. It provides flexibility. I think really it's very, very flexible. It's great. My second comment is on the water. Yeah, I fully understand we desire some water, but the downtown is so tiny. I don't think it's practical. Just my comments. David, really appreciate your presentation. I mean, I really learned a lot. Thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Let me go to public, and the very first one is Reclaiming Downtown Chief Volunteer Mary Grizzle. Go ahead, Mary.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I just have a couple of statements to make, but I wanted to know, Vice Mayor, after Mr. Sargent's is finished, are we going to be allowed to ask any questions of council?
I don't think so, because this.
So this is our last opportunity as a public to speak.
This is the opportunity you have as a public to speak right now.
Okay. So Mr. Sargent, from your lips to God's ears, on the water situation that was brought up, Santa Clara has so many beautiful draws that we don't need any water thing. We have the beautiful grounds at the university. We have the little park, if we can ever get Main Street opened. We have the monastery at the other end. We can put key buildings like maybe a clock tower at the railroad station that lights up and says lights up every time 49er has a win at the top. We can put our beautiful theater with the Santa Clara neon sign tall enough for the whole city to see. I mean, that's one thing that I'd like to say. The other thing I'd like to say about City Hall back in the day, and when they decided to move it from the downtown, they doomed it to fail. Because what developer in their right mind would want to put up money to develop in a place where in a downtown that has no city hall and all major exits to downtown are blocked? They blocked Main Street on both ends. They blocked Madison Street. I think it's Madison. They blocked our exit from Benton that went across the railroad tracks. They blocked our Franklin access to the railroad, to the station. So they doomed us for failure. Now, going back to the my last statement, and this statement is not for. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Are you still there?
Yeah, Mary, you can go ahead with a little bit to be brief. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. When the first meeting was canceled because of the recusals, I asked why. Since this was going to be a mere session to educate everyone on form-based code, the city attorney was supposed to give me the law that prohibits Lisa and Suds Jane from attending a study session where no decision or calls for a vote were to take place. I have asked several attorneys, and they are as dumbfounded as I was, why they had to recuse themselves. I am still waiting for my answer. I thank you. And again, Mr. Sargent, from your lips to God's ears.
And yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate that. And next is Mr. Sal.
Hi, can you hear me, Vice Mayor?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mary, also for your comments. David, fantastic presentation. I'm an architect locally, and your presentation was absolutely fantastic. The concept and ideas of the parklets, the curbless sidewalks, the flexibility of going from parking to dining or landscaping or other kind of features really creates a flexible downtown environment. And I think one of the major keys for success of a downtown anywhere in the United States is indeed to be able to create an environment that is, uniquely flexible and not restrained, if you will. The other comment I wanted to look at was, the idea of hoping that, I guess one question I have two questions. One, will the notions of parklets, water features, flexible closing, opening streets, curbless sidewalks, varying heights of buildings, various densities, et cetera, be incorporated as a flexible form-based code that acts as a artistic guide and not a restriction over design?
I mean, there will be certain things that are less variable, but many things that are variable. And that'll be a combination of the precise plan, which will mainly be the document that defines the block configurations in the public realm and the nature of those public spaces. The code
Fantastic.
will focus more on how buildings enfront themselves and define how they define and activate the outdoor rooms that are those streets and other public spaces.
David, let Mr. Sal complete his comments, then we can comment.
Of course.
Oh, no, that was fine. Thank you. And then the second question is, when do you anticipate or estimate, based on your past experiences in doing these projects in many places successfully, what do you think the overall timing will be for the completion of precise plan and the form-based code? That is the question. One last comment I had is, I also love the idea that you had made about taller buildings strategically placed on particular corners that create a visual identity for a downtown. Those landmark features, the old Bank of America Tower in downtown San Jose was one of those inspirational architectural pieces from the early 1900s that became sort of that fulcrum of downtown San Jose, that they built a downtown around it. The other idea I loved that you brought up, and it's intriguing, obviously don't know the result of it, but is intriguing to explore, is the downtown being the hub of the city hall, which again, it's just an exploration, a dialogue to have, but I think it's a fantastic one, because one thing that I believe you mentioned is just people going out to lunch from downtown, having an active pedestrian experience on the ground floor of a downtown. San Jose, again, not a perfect situation, but their downtown on their parking structure for the city hall is a restaurant that produces revenue and creates an active storefront to the surrounding downtown community. So having more of that would be phenomenal. So going back to the question on timing, please let me know what your thoughts are on overall timing for both precise plan and form-based code. Thank you.
That'll be driven more by the city and the DCTF than by us. The Claremont plan that I showed you took up almost 5 years. That's not because it took us 5 years to write it. That's because it took them 5 years to make some decisions. And I'm not excuse me, I shouldn't. So whether it takes 6 months or 9 months or 10 months is mostly going to be driven by the process through which the city and the community evaluate the concepts, review the drafts, and are comfortable that it's what it should be.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sal. Mr. Skip, go ahead, please. Unmute. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Vice Mayor, thank you. Fascinating conversations tonight. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. In my opinion, what makes downtown Santa Clara so unique, much more so than practically anything, much more so than anything else, is it's college town. It's got Santa Clara University right next to it. And that's what gives it its sense of place, its purpose. And you have all the main streets. You have the main thoroughfares from Saratoga to Los Gatos to Cupertino, all dead ending into downtown Santa Clara. So I don't think a draw is necessary. Campbell doesn't have an easy draw to get people there. Willow Glen doesn't have an easy call to get people there. Mountain View doesn't have an easy way for people to get there. I think as long as you make parking easy once they get there, they will come because it's a college town. And regarding the proportional scale that Rob was talking about, I love the 2-lane diagrams, David, that you have shown with the occasional parking, because that allows wider sidewalks, which is being seen everywhere now. Downtown Campbell's is your example. They've pretty much done away with street parking, and they have eating now in those areas. But the thing that bothers me still is on Franklin, it looks to me like in the middle, you have awfully tall buildings, like 4 or 5 stories facing each other without any indentations, without any setbacks. And it seems like to me, it would be so much better to set back after the 3rd or 4th story, set those back, and to replace that square footage, just make the buildings taller along Lafayette, which you're not disturbing anybody. And that tall building that already exists, a 7 stories tall office building, purely an office building on the corner of Homestead and Lafayette. And Lord, we need office buildings. Santana Row has built nothing but office buildings on the other side of Winchester. That's all they're building is office buildings to support their Santana Row. My question to David is, has there been any discussion about converting, or if City Hall were to come downtown, is it possible that it could be put into the existing downtown office building on the corner of Lafayette and Homestead? Because that would be the perfect location for a tall garage maybe the same height as that current building to literally have enough, it would have double the space that would be needed for the city hall. And that would be a perfect downtown location to have easy parking.
Thank you.
I suggested the possibility of converting that to City Hall a couple years ago. And the current conceptual plan on which the precise plan is going to be based does include a fairly tall parking structure immediately adjacent to that existing 7-story building. I mean, not as tall, but you know, like, I don't know, 4, maybe even 5 floors of parking, perhaps 1 or 2 of which could be below grade. But yeah, the idea of turning that into City Hall, I think, is certainly worth looking at. And B, having a big parking structure next to it is a good idea. And we've already drawn that.
Okay, so I would like to thank David Sargent for such an interactive session and a very informational session. And I would also like to thank the staff and the Downtown Task Force, as well as the Planning Commission and the public who joined today for this information session. And I would like to ask staff, Rena or Director Andrew Crabtree, do we have anything related to downtown before we call the mayor and Councilmember Jain back related to downtown? We can wrap that up if we have anything.
Vice Mayor Shahal, I don't think that when we communicated to the mayor and Councilmember Jain, we didn't necessarily expect that they were going to return, but that the meeting could conclude without them since we were ending with downtown.
Okay, let me see if, let me text mayor if she wanna come back and wrap it up. Otherwise, we'll conclude the meeting. Give me 1 second.
Hey, Rena, is there going to be any room for public comments which are not related to agenda topics?
Yeah, I think there is public presentation. There is a public presentation after this, right? There, Atisha, there is one. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Let me text the mayor if we are not, if we are concluding the downtown.
Dark out there.
David, you can conclude if you have any comments before while we are waiting for Mayor to come back, if she is available.
I would just thank you all. That's all I've got is thank you so much. I mean, the energy and the intelligence and the local knowledge and understanding and the commitment to restore your downtown is just unusual and remarkable, and that's what gives us the energy. That's what feeds our ideas and gives us the energy to do this. Thank you.
No, thank you. And it is a very collective and grounds up effort from the residents, which has brought us over here. Without the residents and this moment, we would not have been able to do this thing where we are today, to be very fair. I didn't hear back from Mayor, so let me continue if we are done with this item, we would like to go for public presentation if there is any. Okay, I see task force member Atisha. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to share and congratulate Old Quad, Reclaiming Downtown, and Santa Clara Parade of Champions for receiving the APA awards for a grassroots initiative for pushing this project forward. So we did receive an award at chapter level, and then we did receive an award at California state level. So that's a big recognition. So kudos to everyone in this room and who's on the attendees, because this is a really grassroots initiative that has been pushed up and up. And I just wanted to share that have not been another DCTF meeting where I could have shared this. I think we got the news around 15th of July. So congratulations. And definitely our city staff is so supportive of this process. So this belongs to all of you and all of us. Thank you.
I would concur that like this grassroots level sport probably will be a case study in books sometime later in the management studies probably. Yeah. And I see two public speakers. Debbie.
Hi, I had my hand up during the other part, and I guess you didn't see it or I got it up too late.
I'm sorry, I didn't see. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. I think this was a fabulous presentation, and I really want to congratulate the grassroots effort for getting this far. And don't give up, and don't let anybody stop the enthusiasm or the push. And I'm hoping the city manager's on this call, because that's somebody who needs to remember whose city this is, belongs to the people and us, the citizens. I didn't hear if there was any kind of conversation on what is the draw that's being proposed to bring people into our downtown. What brings people into a downtown is something. And yes, it'll be small, but it needs to be small and powerful. So I don't know if I missed it in the presentation or if there's a proposal by anyone of what is going to be the hook, what's going to bring them. Like Campbell has great restaurants, and there's a couple of restaurants there that, you know, you go to on a regular basis, or you go for a hangover burger or something. Has there been a proposal on what's the hook? What's the draw? What do you go down to? Is it a great nightclub? Is it a great, Farrell's ice cream parlor? I mean, what's the hook to get people to come into our downtown? And Nancy, you're right. Finding it's kind of a pain in the ass, but we got to make it so they have to find it, because they got to come find that draw. So I'd love to know what's the hook. And I think that's what maybe the next thing is, figuring out what is that, and really going after that I got to go to it kind of thing. You've heard all about it, and really make that the big reason to come downtown. So again, great presentation, really, really good. And congratulations to the team for making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. I'm sorry I missed it, but I will give a chance to David to respond to that, because we missed her.
I'll be believe it or not, I'll be really short. So the focus of our presentation was on how a form-based code could implement your vision. We weren't going along on the vision, but key elements that have emerged from the Downtown Community Task Force work over the last couple of years include the presence of one or ideally two theaters, and the presence of multiple restaurants, possibly a food hall and a fresh market, where you would basically to celebrate food, drink, and theater are key elements of the vision.
Okay, thank you, David. Appreciate that. And I see Miss Mary Grizzle. Go ahead, Mary. Unmute. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to know if there's somebody there that can answer my question regarding the law that prohibited Lisa and Sedge Jane from attending the entire session.
Oh,
because we're not taking any votes. I mean, if I can see if there was a vote to be taken or something like that, that they wouldn't be able to attend. But the fact that it was a study session, that's the key word here. It was a study session. And I would still, out of curiosity, I still would like to know what law states that they cannot participate in a study session where no vote no action, no votes are going to be taken.
Oh.
That's it.
Is, I'm not sure, is Sue here today or Xander? But I don't want to put them on the spot. Maybe we can get back to Mary regarding this thing later
Vice
on.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, this is Deanna. I was going to suggest that we just will handle that offline.
Offline.
I want to check in with Sue on this and follow up.
Okay, yeah, that's what I said. I don't want to put anybody on
Thank you.
spot. If we can get back to Mary for that, that would be great. Yeah. Okay, if there are no public comments anymore, so reports of the members and special committee, any reports from we have 3 different committees over here, so we have, anybody can come forward with the reports. None? Okay, then we go to city manager's executive director's report. City manager.
No report out. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so we are ready to adjourn. Motion for adjournment, please.
All motion.
I'll second if that's works.
I'm gonna do that.
I don't know, Raj, if it does.
Okay, if it's a joint session, probably it will do it. Okay. Do we take a vote or we just adjourn probably? Vote will take a long time.
Fine, just to adjourn, Vice Mayor.
Okay, okay, let's adjourn.
Thank you. It's noted and it's recorded.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank
you
very much,
guys. Thank you,
everyone.
David.
David, thank you.
Everyone.